I see plans within plans.
So Smuggler, he's assassinating Harkonnen here. I think Hark is dead unless he kills the Smuggler.
Yeah, but if he's dead, his Smuggler is next.
Carino, meanwhile, is sieging the Smuggler main base. And Hark is just gonna come in here and help him. And Smuggler is dead. He's out. What a turn of... Who could have seen this coming?
Oh my god, Fremen's just going for governor.
Yeah, I saw it, yeah.
Nobody else can get governor. If he gets governor, nobody can contest it.
Nuked. This is very close, actually, I think.
They have 2 days to kill that base. Can they do it? Yo, if Fremen wins governor in a tournament game, I'm gonna piss my pants. I'm gonna piss my pants!
No!
Oh my god. No way. His base blew up right as he got it.
Spielberg's gonna get the cap off. Antonel's so close. He's so close.
Look at the free company now.
Gonna try to test it. I don't know if it'll be there in time.
Oh my god, there it is. It's a base drop game, ladies and gentlemen.
Fremen qui vient taper la base.
Ah bah oui, Fremen qui est catastrophique.
Oh my goodness, this might be a Chone victory. The only question is, will there be enough shares on sale for the Harkonnens to buy it up in time? The Fremen's gonna get the annex first. Get someone on the point. Wow!
No.
The Fremen get it by the skin of their teeth.
Oh my god, and here comes the units. You just need to run at these swords, dude.
Okay.
There you go, smart play.
Run him in.
Oh my god, it's so close.
Oh my god. Bro, run.
Yeah, baby, the champ. Let's go.
Does anyone else like their Dune games a little competitive, maybe? Because we've got ourselves a tournament match today. The Dune Circuit, our May tournament. This is maybe, I don't know, the second or third one. Usually they organize 4 sort of open invitational tournaments, and then we go into, or 4 open tournaments, and then straight into an invitational of the winners. Okay, what are we playing today? Today we're playing random, because we don't give a book. Welcome everybody, welcome. Hopefully everything looks good, sounds good. Alright, I think we've got our lobby together here. Best of lucks, we got this, alright. Good luck, have fun. We've got, let's see, Firefly on the Atreides, Valadox on the Harkonnens, and Allcash on the Vernius. And we're gonna get right into it. Yeah, you like that intro video? That's pretty cool. Someone put that together. It might have been Pankaki. He did it a couple months ago, and it didn't get. I don't think everybody saw it. We didn't get it spread around quite enough, so I thought we'd open with it. So it'd be a good time. Whew. All right. Gotta shake off the rust. Gotta get nice and loose here, ready to go. We're gonna head straight into first match of the group stages. And if we die, and by we I mean me, if me die, we'll just be casting the finals. So ought to be a good time. Thank you for the well wishes. Thanks for joining me, everybody. The devs should just give the game's development to the community at this point. Who knows what the devs are doing? They are very, very quiet. Incoming ECAS Rivi. Yeah, just because I've been talking down Rivi lately, so I'm due to get it. Really the only possible thing that makes me sad is being Carino without Princess Urgulan. That really ruins the whole damn thing. Let's go. Let's go. Just launching the game. We're headed in to Arrakis. Let's see what we get. Let's roll the dice. Woo. ECAS, all right. Yoren might have had it. Will it be Rivi? Will I get Ebo, Mr. Vip? We shall see. We shall see. All right. I could handle a little bit of ECAS, I think. Yeah, good audience today. Thanks for joining, everybody. We're excited. This should be a lot of fun. I do gotta remember to bump up my volume because I turned the volume off while we were playing the video. So we gotta do that. Thank you, Trevor. I appreciate that. Yeah, you don't need to play Spice Wars to enjoy Spice Wars. It's a fantastic spectator sport. The FFA nature of it just makes it really, really, really dynamic. Let's find our options. Crank up the volume. There we go. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, fun. Where we at? We are in the north. Okay, let's go. Game on. Game on. Welcome. Finally some Dune action. Finally. You've been waiting so patiently. I was late on my rally point. Now this is technically a sweaty tournament match, but we're not gonna try hard at too much. We're just gonna have a good time. We're just here to have fun, make it entertaining. First Village has a little intel on it, which we like, and Solari on the Scav network. The Scav network's no big deal, but the intel is nice. Two free intels, nice. It's nice. So it's just what it is. There's no better way to say it. It's not like amazing. It's not bad. It's nice. On we. Oh, I didn't look. It is Rivi. Oh, Yorn wins. Rivi Denari and Sanya Ikaz. All right. We'll make them work. Probably considered two of the worst counselors in the entire game, but we'll make them work. We don't got any other options to work with. Okay, let's get some tech up. What do we like? Maybe we go super fast, lay of the land, and then I don't even know what we do with tech these days. I don't even know. What else have we got around us? That's junk. That's... Ooh, this is nestled back against the corner, so I guess... Oh no, there will be something in the Great Flat, because we see the 2 question marks there, so it's got some sort of resource, but it could be a super fast... we'll go grab here, because we need the plascrete. It could be a super fast sanctuary if we grab Walnut above us. But we like the minerals. We get on the board with some minerals. 20% econ production on the minerals. We don't hate that. Little extra militia. Is anyone casting you? I don't think anyone's casting my game. I think they all assumed that I would be casting my game, so anyone else popped off to other streams. There are, of course, 4 pods running simultaneously now, so casters somewhere be casting. I know Kareem is casting. I know TMB and Minx are casting. I'm sure we got others out and about as well. Minerals coming online. What is this? That would be an easy enough surround, maybe. I don't even know what's up there. You go scout up there. Maybe we'll go number 4 on the Thopter, because I like more Thopters more sooner. We can also grab a Crash Thopter out there too. Get that harvester working. And get some manpower cooking. I tell you what, folks I mentioned that we were going to be playing this game last week when I was casting some Age of Empires, and folks were like, "Oh well, you should stream you should record your practice games or whatever." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's a good idea." And I played a few practice games and just got dumpstered in them, just wrecked, like so badly that it would not even be an entertaining game to show people. I'm like, oh, off to a good start then. So we had a rough couple of training sessions, but we'll figure it out. We'll make do. I think with Sanya, we probably want more sanctuaries, more as quickly as possible. So we will go grab Walnut here. This is probably rare elements, I'm guessing. Maybe even more minerals, something like that there. Maybe even an abandoned Imperial station could be. Yeah, we're playing a Dune medium, just the standard map that everybody plays, really. Boom, boom, boom. We got raiders coming in. I think they popped out from down there, so we got to remember to scan south of our node. You guys go help. We could even crank up our selling a little bit more. This guy, I set the squire on him. I guess he's gonna win. Is he gonna win quick enough? This we can win easy down here just by dragging him back into the missile turret. There we go. Got an agent out. Our agent is an intendant. Pretty good one. Pretty solid agent to have. Over here, we've got the Crescent Ridge. That's all right. We don't hate it. It's only a 4 wind on a Crescent Ridge. You really would like a 5 wind, but we'll make do. And it was the rare elements over there. That's okay. We could live without it being a sanctuary for a little while. And so far, so good. We're chilling. We're feeling great. Careful for the assassinations. It's a bit early. It's a bit early for the assassinations, but we do need to be careful. It's true. We've got all the major houses here. Ooh, wind power, Solari, and cheaper buildings. We've got all the major houses in the game, so it should be a bit more of a peaceful start. We're gonna go into our sanctuary right away and tax collect off of them. We got another spice down here. That'll be our next target. And Vernius already to the west. Space cruiser wreck to the west. Okay, we aren't going to take any guff from Vernius. If they get in our way, we're going to bowl them over in this early game, if needs be. We're going to get our triple there so we could take advantage of our quirks. This one, okay, nothing too exciting. Oh, and down here we got Sandfall. The Sandfall would be good to have too. Alright. Alright, so we could take that. That could be another sanctuary right here if we took those two. Or if we took these two, that would be a sanctuary back there. Probably these southern ones are the better bets for us here. Kill for a bit of shade. Okay, Landsrat's coming up real soon. We're going to pick up Lay of the Land. Oh, gosh, I don't know what I even want. We'll grab some of the econ stuff. Again, we're not expecting the super early aggression. We don't have any smugglers or Fremen neighbors, so I feel like we can hold off on our red for a little bit. Everybody's got lots of votes to work with. Yeah, early truces with Vern are good, but then sometimes you want, if they're my neighbor, then I want to be able to take the land that they've got. Boy, I don't feel strongly about any of these. All factions lose. I don't know. We'll save our stuff. Looks like Harkonnen's invested a little extra in that. You'll get Plascrete per Chome share. Chome market opens up in 10 days. Maybe we could do some pillaging to reinforce the bank account. Spice field number 2. We need another 10 authority to grab it. That's okay. Grab some of these points of interest while we're busy. They are annexing the space wreck already. Okay, well, we'll just take their tech. How about that? Deemed sufficient and accepted. But I do want to go and steal Observatory Mountain next so that they don't get their greedy hands on that.
We'll obey your wish. You honor us, fair lady. We'll be diligent.
We'll wait for the cap and then we'll march over. I don't think it's in any danger of being taken immediately. We just need it to be ours eventually. Okay, Spice field online. We're paying our tax just fine. We've got ourselves a psychologist. Okay, we'll lay claim to that. We can build in our main base. I guess we build in the main base. I was gonna save that money for some Chome shares, but we'll leave it be. Okay, we're gonna leave a square there just to make sure that that is ours eventually. And I would really love House Atreides, research agreement and peace. Okay, we'll take it. Looks like Atreides are probably our neighbor to the east. Oof, do we... There's a spice field over there that we'd love to have. Let's do some pillaging. I think we'll probably, this is going to be our next sanctuary here. Eventually, we're a little behind. Do we pillage this one too? I guess we do. I guess we do. Make sure the Squire's going first. What are the games we've been playing recently? Yeah, so I've been, and it's not it's not my first choice, but I've been doing a lot of Warcraft 3 because I hang out on the Turn Discord a lot, and the Turn is running a Warcraft 3 beginners tournament. So I've been practicing. Got to dominate the Warcraft 3 tournament. Get a couple of pillages off here so we've got some money when the spice drops in a second. Show market's open, we'll buy. We got another guy out. Pillage there, we'll pillage here. This one we actually want to annex. We're not going to pillage this. Oh, we've got the desolation down there. Okay, well. Okay, interesting. I guess that means that's a guaranteed spice over there. This one we also want to annex. Maybe we leave him be for now. Buy a little bit more, and we're good. The rate's pretty bad, so we'll try to adjust into a little more stockpiling. You'd love to see some Warcraft content. Well, ask and you shall receive. Okay, we see more raiders coming out here, so we know there's definitely a siege here in Fondak. We said that already, but really, this time. I want to get Sandfall, and then this thing we got lots I want to do. We do have our admin up, so we're making a lot of influence. We'll go straight into some extra choming, I think, for now, and then we'll come back for some outpost logistics and such. This guy's fine. So I pillaged there. I don't. I think maybe I'm just pillaging up here too. I really don't like any of that territory. Our armory is online. Let's get this musketeer, the old barrel cleaner. Oh, we do like prickly spears on him, I suppose. Almost enough to get that other annex. I think we'll pillage. We'll just do some pillaging. We'll march west pillaging things. Eventually we'll have more authority than we know what to do with. I'm not really concerned about any of this western territory too much. Grab up points of interest. We'll make a couple more troops just in case we really need to. Keep pillaging. Market looks pretty good. We'll buy a little bit extra chom. We are going to get extra plascrete per our chom shares, so we're double dipping. We do have this ready. We'll scan Fondak. We'll pillage. Yeah, Vernius is not too far away, but that's okay. We did see a guy pop out here, so Tuo Ran also has a siege in it. Keep an eye on those. Alright, so far so good. What's the level of this tournament? Is that the question? Oh, we got a smuggler bounty for Atreides for infrastructure control. That's fortunate for them. Yeah, you gotta take the free money. You gotta take the free money. Even though we really want territory. That does pass. Atreides get that. Atreides get that. Lucky dogs. We'll buy some chom while it's cheap before everybody else remembers to buy it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Give me that 10%, baby. Alright, +2 influence production. Getting this done. Observatory Mountain. We could really crank up some extra influence and stuff out here, and this also pays extra intel as well. We'll be pretty solid on the intel this game. We got that going for us.
Our lives are yours. Of course, my lady. As fast as these feet can walk. Ready for the hunt. Yes,
Grab some points of interest. Yeah, we're okay. This desolation over here is interesting. So we'll be on we'll be on 3 specials, which is fine, and a very accessible space cruiser if we ever get in combat with Vernius. Let's get up to valuable trinkets fast. We want to be cooking as soon as possible here. And let's aim for our next... This is going to be a sanctuary here because we're going to take these 2 things, and then we'll take that one, which would also make this special a sanctuary. Maybe we sit on a sanctuary special. So far, so good. And we needed to scan, what was it? Was it Tuaran? Might have been. We're good on water, so we'll trade with this Siege over here. We'll be happy to be friends with them. We do need the... like, Harvester Works would make me happiest right now. We're going to get Harvester Works up. Native Artists almost done. Boom, boom, boom. This is 132. It's not too far. We also got a worm around us, so we'll just stay there for a second. Looking pretty good. Looking pretty good so far. Data center up. We can't really do, you know, the sneaky governor stuff because we don't have Ebo VIP, which really hurts a governor push. And with these so many other houses that are likely to all have plenty of votes and stuff. Big chunky Harkonnen army over there. Maybe we'll invest in an early night. Got a lot of Plascrete working for us. This guy can go gather taxes. 132. There's a worm just ate our harvester there. That's why there's worms in the neighborhood. Vernius coming over to pillage this thing, and we could trade with this Siege. Both of these are knowledge trades. That's not too bad for us.
My support is not free.
No, wait. Not military paraded. Collect taxes. There we go. 32. I'm fine with the army just sitting here. The sink is a very unfavorable spawn for us. And they're stealing this point of interest. Dirty Vernius. Are they giving us anything good? They're giving us a little bit. Not a ton of really useful stuff for us. Alright, annex going down on that. We're gonna go pop another pillage off here. And the next one we grab is over on Fondak. We could even get Arrakis Harvesters, which would be kind of interesting. Nobody's really buying Chom. That's a really good rate too. We're gonna hard sell into it. Don't let me forget. Don't let me forget the Chom. Once our Harvester Works are online, we're gonna get our all of our harvesters filled out. This guy, Solari per economic building. Ooh, and it is also a rare element. So this is a nice spot here. Okay. Spice crew getting juiced. We'll put them on safe mode. Pillaging up here. More raiders coming in from the west. There's raiders all over the place. Where did you guys walk from? Maybe Ulha here? We could toss a scan over there just to check it out. And we could build in our main base. Let's get some blue stuff going. I think we're going to open with a research center. It's always good to get that online as soon as possible. Museum of Unbound Arts is always a favorite, but we don't have a ton of places where we're like spamming our stuff yet. Spamming our masterpieces. Losing supply. Get that guy back home. This guy up here could build stuff. Space and Guild branch, that's what we need online. Sooner rather than later is always good for the Space and Guild branch. And we're doing pretty good on our Plascrete, even though we haven't really leaned into it. We're just doing fine with it. For military building. Let's juice up this harvester a little bit more. Vernius maybe bought a couple of shares there. We'll go anywhere we're needed. You just started learning ECAS, perfect timing. Once upon a time, I was very much an ECAS main. They were my favorites. And then I kind of fell off of them a little bit, but I still remember them. They've changed a fair bit over the years as well. But they're fun. They're fun when it works. And we have pretty decent matchups against all of these other armies, all these other house armies as well. So we should be okay when it comes to the knife work. We'll see how it goes. 86, oh, almost enough to get this annexed right away. We should be good. We're gonna keep juicing up our harvesters any chance we can. Looks like it's gonna be a solid 3 spice for us, unless we start getting real cheeky and pushing into Vernius there. Another annex goes down, and the Landsrad. Looks like Vernius refilled their coffers, and Trades, everybody's making a lot of influence. What would you say is the game that comes closest to Spice Wars gameplay-wise? Oh, that's interesting. I don't know. It's maybe it's like Stellaris, like, because Spice Wars is really sort of a 4X almost grand strategy expansion. Gosh, I don't know about any of these. We'll do that. Yeah, it's hard, and there's nothing that really focuses on the free-for-all kind of style that Dune Spice Wars does, like a 4-player game. I guess there's the other game that Shiro made, Northgard. Yeah, Andy's got it there. Northgard is sort of similar as well. I haven't played Northgard in a long time. I played it a lot when it first came out, and then apparently it's still bumping and thriving out there, doing all right, but I've not gotten back to it in a long time. Production, military buildings. I want a little more Plascrete. I'm not sure where to put it. Right here, I guess. Maybe in the minerals. Right in the minerals. Oh, and we need this spice field online too. Is the next plan. So far, so good. Our only person we're not at peace with is the Harkonnens, who are across from us. We wouldn't expect any trouble from them. We've got the Desolation to keep peace between us and the Atreides. So really, we do kind of need to be pushing westward. Let's get some stuff. An epic quest queued up. And can we build out our main base? We can. Once we get a little bit more Plascrete, we can build it out. We're doing really good on the money too. I guess we'll buy. It would be marvelous if we could chum up to like 30%. That would be really convenient. We're going to start trading our influence in for favor. We're also going to turn this into Plascrete up here. I want more Plascrete. I want it all. We're going to be waiting a fair bit of time. Let's leave a guy here, and then we'll go pillage up north, because it's going to be a long time before we can do that. We got to keep building down here, because we need expensive things there in Sandfall. I think our knowledge is cooking real well. And we still wanted to build in the main base. We could do Wonders of the Desert, maybe? Nah, let's start getting some red stuff. Let's not be too greedy. Speaking of greedy, we don't have enough water. Everyone's dying of thirst. Okay, there we go. Just in time. Looks fine. Harkonnens actually annexed the middle. That's a little unexpected, but okay. We also could get our craft shops online, which we need sooner rather than later. Sorry, main base. I wanted to keep building you out, but things keep coming up. We've got a lot of needs in the Empire. 131's the authority we're waiting of. Where are your masterpieces at? I haven't done too many masterpieces yet. I've been building other stuff. We've been busy. Can we tax this guy again? Not yet. We've been focusing on more of our expansion. We haven't done too much building. 131. We need a craft workshop up down here. Sounds of washing machine. Yeah, there might have been the little deet 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 in the background. Keen ears. And where's my spice harvester? Don't die. We'll put him on safe mode. And if we ever annex this, we'll be at least 3 spice. Making good money. We're still at an excellent rate. It's gonna get bad worse. Okay. What looks good? This also has a siege in it with the Arrakis collectors. Alright, that is certainly not worth prioritizing. So we're expanding westward now. Just to keep an eye on... We're probably going to come into conflict with Vernius here, and can't lie about that. Let's fix that annex up there. We'll heal up the troops. Finish crewing out the harvester. And we can build the main base finally. Let's get the museum up. More raiders from down south. Jeez Louise. There's been a lot of angry Fremen these days. So Harkonnens with a big gunner force over there. Maybe we'll pick up an assassin. A brilliant foe. Okay, this gets finished. That looks good. Bonus manpower. If we had 1 building of each type, we can do that. Heroes are available. I think we're a Whitmore. I think we might look to bullying the Vernius eventually here. That looks pretty good. Chome rate's fallen. We could buy up some chome. Vernius, if you annex that, we're gonna have troubles, my friend. We could go just march through Vernius land and pillage some of their deeper territories, maybe? He's just pillaging. That's fine. Doesn't make me happy, but it's fine. This guy here also needs a spice silo. Now that I'm getting somewhere. As usual, sits with no water. You don't need water. Water is a luxury in the desert. Every water beyond what you need is water that's not going to use. So we like to run real lean on our waters. What is this? Agina's Swordmaster wants me to kill militias. Interesting. Maybe we could take that siege. We could go burn that siege down, might be fun. Be a good time for all. Perfect a musketeer. Finish that harvester. Lands are at witness. Imperial intelligence. Oh, a scan. If Vernius goes Kater. Yeah, it's a good point, Yoren. It's a good point. If we start seeing some invisible Vernius shenanigans, we've got ways to work around that. We ought to have plenty of intel to also drop proper scans. House Atreides, House Vernius, House Ikaz. Everyone's making a lot more than us. Cannot be targeted by new infiltration cells. Who's assassinating already? Do I have any free votes yet? I don't think I do. Oh, I do have free votes. Sure. Everyone gets guards. We can sell search. I guess we can sell search. We will sell search. Search. And with the guards, we could definitely take this siege out. So let's plan for that. Plan to go bully that siege. Pick up a little bit extra shares. What was I building here? One of those. The main base is looking okay, but we would like another blue building in it. The spice fields are cooking. That's right, we do want to put... there's lots I want to buy. Not enough plascrete around to do it. Okay, let's go over here. We're going to try and burn this siege down for a good time. I think we've got enough water to do this. All of the Fedaykin spawned up the hill and they've got to take a long walk around. I love it. We'll finish up these skirmishers and then come back for the Fedaykin. They are nasty though. There's a good AoE spot for them. We didn't really spread out on them. And we got a worm coming, but we should be okay close to the hill there. We could get a free knight soon enough. Let's finish this off with an embassy, I think? Sure. And then we will keep building our econ masterpieces, especially in our spice fields. That guy up there looks pretty good. There are worms in the area, but we're safe. You can tell if you're safe, so if when you've got the little exclamation point above you, there's a short, or not short, but faded. It can be faded or it can be bright. If it's a bright red, a worm's about to eat you. If it's faded, a worm would like to eat you. See how it's faded? It's not bright. A worm would like to eat me, but we're not in a place that a worm can get to. So we know we're safe. Let's make sure we pay a spice tax. We're in the tournament. We're doing all right. Harkonnens are way down south. The only concern I had was Harkonnens coming up to try and like fight us over this, and I don't think that's going to happen. It takes a long time to burn through sieges these days. It's like a long siege of the siege, but that's okay. We're looking good. We're popping off economically. This guy actually pays out more for military buildings. We're going to do the spice, actually. We're going to juice up the spice rate. Where is... I guess this we could do... Yeah, do I care about a forward garden resort? We could garden resort this place, actually. Boom, let's do that. We garden resort grass. Grass. We finished our pillage here. That's really nice. Tons of money, tons of authority. Now we garden resorts this. It gets a little benefit because it is adjacent, and it'll also be very well defended. Boom, boom, boom. We do need inspiring standards eventually. Maybe we come back for Chome support because we can take our free knight as well. Okay, we were supposed to be scanning for cells as well. You guys can stay back. We did have suspicion. Someone is setting cells up on us. Who would do such a thing? How dare they? More agents. We got tons of agents, man. The agents are really flowing. It's going pretty well, I think. I think it's going well. Get armor, damage reduction bonuses. We'll see. We'll grab the stealth detection just ahead of time. Boy, I never like a second night option. I don't like any of the options they have. Investigation completed. Cell removed from Vernius. Vernius is putting infiltration cells on me. That dirty dog. Didn't anyone tell Vernius that they don't do that anymore? That's not a thing anymore. We'll just airfield up for now. We could also pillage back there where we were at before. Main base buildings I think we still want to focus on. Building out our main base is the next thing. We're going to send the assassin around to collect the taxes. We got to get this before he gets there. Alright, we've convinced him to back off. This is still a pretty jank Vernius army. We would tear that to shreds with our erect ECAS. We also need this guy. Okay, collect taxes. This guy needs to make me some fuel cells. This guy needs to annex. Looking good, looking good. Buy some shares. Rate's bad and it's gonna get worse, so we will continue to lean into the stockpiling, I think. You were right, you called the Vernius schemes. It is a little too early to put agents on counter intel, I think. Month 4 is extraordinarily early to have an assassination pop off, so we'll continue to be greedy with it. We'll keep our eye on things, but I think, yeah, eventually we will want some counter intel. Eventually. We could win something. The problem is we're already making an outrageous amount of authority, so we hardly need Imperial propaganda. The rate's bad. Maybe we'll do this to hurt everybody economically. What's that? F you, everybody. Put some votes into there. Put a couple of votes into there. We're going to continue to stockpile our influence. Yeah, it's going well. Okay, this does pass, so we'll switch to full stockpile, and it's just going to be the winter of making money. Send the assassin around, do some more tax collecting. We are making some passive hedge, nobody else is. We've got the most chom. We've got the most votes in the Landrad. Everything's going according to plan. Only a matter of time before they all turn on me here. We are starting to juice up the front line with some defenses. What is this guy? Intel for statecraft building. Oh wow, we could really go wild on our intel. Keep the assassin collecting taxes. This guy here actually could do like a maintenance center, make things a little cheaper. Someone bought, some crazy madman. Vernius may be sitting on a lot of money. We're going to be deep in the red because we're going to be hard stockpiling for at least the next 20 days since stuff is bad. Grab points of interest wherever we could get them. We'll sit on these two regions. We're going to plan to take both of these to at least have them in our pocket. Someone wants a trade. Atreides, political agreement, trade agreement. Yes, that's a good deal. We do have our embassy up, so trade agreements. Big. Oh, worm. Didn't get eaten. Oh, somebody got eaten. Somebody got eaten. Where'd that worm? Random worm out in that desert. Came out of nowhere. Let's get a couple of perfect war banners cooking, shall we? And we're still going to need a little bit more fuel cells if we want our mothership online, which we will want eventually. But otherwise, it's all looking pretty good. We just need militia in villages. Every masterpiece we build in here is going to make us at least 2 intel. It's pretty solid. Pretty solid. Okay, now we can walk out. Hopefully nobody gets eaten by a worm again. We could... live performance. Influence upon killing enemy units. Lose influence upon units dying or leaving the region. Oh, that might be not... hold on, let's not do that. Let's refund that 400. It's a bit expensive. We'll sit on that for a little while till it empties. Or till the debuff falls off of it. You spaced out and missed the start. Now you're here, you were the first person here, and then you missed it. You missed it. It's alright, it's alright. We got plenty of great gameplay coming up still, brother. All good. We are popping off quite well here. Things going good for us. I guess we just keep... It's extremely efficient to make 2 intel for a 0 upkeep building, so we'll just keep doing that. This guy could have a thumper. You know what? I don't have anybody on the Spacing Guild, so we're gonna be short on supply. Get somebody over in the Spacing Guild because we can't get a supply drop till we get level 1 of the Spacing Guild. And then where was that other siege from? Was it? Oh, this was that siege, and we burned it down. That's right. That's right. It's all coming back to me now. There's a lot going on. I know 400 was very expensive, but it's fine because we're actually running out of stuff to annex, and we're just making outrageous amounts of authority. So we're gonna end up sitting on our hands here real soon with regards to authority. So no big deal if we spend a massive amount buying this junk territory. We're in a really good spot to just sit and chill. We're not making a ton of passive, so we don't look too aggressive. We got Harkonnens walking up towards us maybe, unless they're going west. Are Harkonnens walking up towards us? Yep, we got Harks. Coming in. They just killed our harvester. Or no, he flew away. Whoop. He's not entirely sure what he wants to do. He wants to cause trouble. Okay, we want to fall back. We want him to attack the base first. And this is not a great trade for us. We don't really want to be fighting into these Harks. Okay, let's fall back, everybody. We're losing. We got worms coming. Just don't eat Widmore. Widmore dies. Thumper goes down. He just killed my army and ran. I did not expect the Harks to be coming in at this point in time. We need training slots up. They didn't even attack the base. They ran off. Interestingly. Doot doot doot. Curious. Curious. Well, the good news is we got paid for that a little bit. And he didn't do anything. I don't know, maybe he eventually realized it was a garden that he didn't want to mess with? I don't know. Unclear. And we're light on manpower because we've been incredibly greedy the whole game. Let's get some more manpower buildings up anywhere we can. We gotta switch to a wartime footing here. He is backing off though. That was weird. But okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was super greedy. I didn't really think the Harks would come up, because a lot of these are kind of... This is not good territory for the Harks to be attacking into, really. Because it's a long walk from them. Defense border, don't forget. Yeah, we're on it. We're on it, Mr. Pelops. We're on it. Gear regs. House Vernius and Atreides have completed their 3 blues, so everybody's sitting on a boatload of votes. All factions gain chome shares. All factions suffer standing loss. I think I'd be happy to have people lose some standing. Let's have people lose some standing. That sounds fun to me. Because I don't... you know, to be safe, we should really gimp the Harks. Just to be safe. I don't think they're coming back, but... Oh, Harks and Atreides and Ekaz all put crap on me. Alright, well that's not a great sign, ladies and gentlemen. It's not a great sign. What have I ever done to you good people? We're catching a little more aggro than I had anticipated this early on. Nobody else is cooking any hedge. Harks are coming in for another round, and I am gear-ragged, so we're gonna have to just take it, whatever they do to us. Get a Gola Whitmore cooking again. He is killing a harvester. And we probably want to shift to like some missile turrets. He's kind of coming in here. Let's get our assassin down here. So shoot some men with guns. And we'll fall back. Oh, there's no militia in this village. That's bad. Okay, that's just getting pillaged. We'll kill some of these cheap stuff. No, not war banners. We need men. We need men. We don't have manpower to go around. He's pillaging. There's not much I could do about it at this point in time. Let's get thumpers and supply drops. Pillage is fine. I don't even mind a pillage, really. Let's get a command center up in the base. Musketeers. Monument requires more fuel cells. Boom, boom, boom. Manpower, manpower, manpower. Anywhere we can get it. He's coming in. We gotta fall back. He's pillaging again. That's okay. We need some more troops up. He is... It's like all gunners. If we just had a couple extra melee, we could really deal with them quite well. Alright, the army is rebuilding. We'll get on them soon enough. My god, are we gonna build a fencer? I guess we could build a fencer. We could even build ourselves. We could build a siren. Okay, he's backing off. I think we could take a fight if it happens now. Let's see if we could jump on top of him, maybe. We're going to land right here in the desert as he's walking. Go, go, go. Punish him. And we give it to him. Try and focus down these gunners. Oh my god, these gunners are tearing me up. Worm strikes. My guys are torn to pieces. Oh lord, the DPS is outrageous. I really thought we'd be better there, but whew, those low health gunners. So much damage, 40 power shots, goodness gracious. And he was smart enough to thumper adjacent. So that the worm didn't get him. Savvy, 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 I like it. Alright. He's leaving. We didn't lose anything. Who didn't lose anything? We lost men, but just men, just lives, totally replaceable things. And nobody else is really picking on me at the moment. We're still the only one cooking any hedge, so we look fine. No concerns right now. We are totally out of water, so we gotta do something about our water. We can't even really build anything without water. There, we could shoot these guys with my siren. Yeah, that Harkonnen army put out some better DPS than I was expecting there. They cooked through me. We're gonna bust that down instead. I want to put a missile turret there, but I'm out of water. Where's my windy spots? Where my wind at? Some water, water, water. I don't even care that much about water, but because we're walking just around our own territory, but we still need some amount of water in order to build new buildings. Send this assassin to go collect the taxes again. More people in the Spacing Guild. It's probably a decent time. At least get someone or someone's over on the counter intel. Trying to make sure okay. Make sure we're not screwing up any good traits. It'll allow us to replace our army with perfected troops. So we got that going for us. As long as they stay away. If they come in for another round, we'll be in a bit of a spot of bother. Main base. Landing recruitment center, and then we'll stick 2 more red buildings in the middle when we get there. We do got some decent manpower rebuilding. You lost the Solari? What does that mean? I lost the money? Oh, I mean, I spent a lot of money, but that's alright. A little money never hurt anybody. This spot here. But, I mean, the point is, if the lobby feels like I'm a little chastened and they're less likely to come pick on me, that's a win for us, because we didn't really lose anything critical. Statecraft... Oh, we did have the gear regs on us, too, so that certainly didn't help us for that fight. Smuggler bounty on oppose. Okay. Do we just take the money? Or do we... Atreides will get Eye of the Council. They've got so much influence saved up. Lordy. Yeah, no, it's okay if the spice stock is full. If your spice stock is full, it automatically sells it. So being maxed out is okay. No, we're okay. We're okay, don't worry about it. Once upon a time, that was the case where you stockpile and it was bad, but if it stockpiles full, it just makes us money. Look, it says spice sold plus 387. We're okay. I appreciate you guys being concerned about that, but we're all right. I accounted for it. I think we'll just take the oppose. And we'll take those. Good. As expected, Atreides with the Eye of the Council. We will turn off... We don't need any extra guild flavor here, so we'll turn that off. Yeah, we're okay. We're making money still, even max stockpile. Doesn't matter, even if this was full sell or full stockpile, we make the same thing. And it's a good rate right now, actually. 1.9. It's not a really good rate. We just got some bennies. Baddies coming in to fight. We've got 13,000 Chom shares. We'll turn on the auto buy a bit. Or 13,000 Solari. Might as well auto buy some Chom shares. This guy is, I think, distracting lights and probably marching colors is what we want here. There's some thumping going on. Some people dropping thumpers. We get another knight. Chop, chop, chop. Oh, that's what we should have done. We should have made allied with this siege over here. It would have been really useful for us. Because it pays us out extra money when people die in our territory. We could do this one as well. Minus 30% unit recruitment time. Oh, we should have looked at that earlier. That would have been very useful to have. And we just need more agents. Now I feel like I don't have enough agents. We're 10 out of 10. Of course, the ECAS don't get as many agents as other people do. Knight. Squire. I would like to hold out for perfected ones, but I'm a little nervous we might see more trouble, more ruckuses here. So I just want some guys in the queue. Prideful Crown is done. Let's get border defenses going. Oh, we also... Okay, we turned off our auto buy. We're up to 26%. We got that going for us. We're chomin'. Vernius is now cooking more. We're way ahead in the hedge. We need to chill and not catch too much hate from the rest of the lobby is what we really, really need right now. Ooh, that might be too many squires. Let's make some musketeers. We're gonna go for a pretty balanced force here. Musketeers, and let's make sure we're building out because we're sitting on a lot of plascrete as well. Main base needs buildings. Get our fusion plant up. That'll let us get our mothership online. Yeah, it is the principal thing of ECAS is if you lose your army, it takes forever to rebuild, literally forever. But this is a really nice siege here, right? Minus 30% unit recruitment time. It sort of makes up for missing 2 slots. It really ought to speed things along quite a bit for us. We are still friends with everybody but Harkonnens. Atreides look like they're just chilling back there. We're making a wild 23 intel daily. That is a lot of intel. Let's get rid of some of these. We don't need all these things. Except for this one. So, because we've got a special in our pocket, when push comes to shove at the end of the game, we could do like annex, 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 right? If we annex all our specials, that's 1,600 plus another 1,200. So we've got like a 3,000 hedge boost we could do if it really comes to it. We've got Vernius sort of pushing down. A lot of Vernius pressed up against the Harkonnens. Wait, you know what? Stop that. We're gonna start doing military parades to juice up the troops. Put Rivi Denari to work. If we can ever get anybody up to max levels, we'll be able to get a nice little rebate on them. Main base is building good. Army is building good. We're gonna keep cranking the NG or the muskets. The perfect muskets, and we should be pretty good after that. Buildings looks good. Buildings here. Definitely a military base there. That was also something we were lacking. There's a chunky Atreides army. Looks like a lot of wardens, which we would not be too concerned with. Let's make some knights, shall we? Champions. This knight can be a champion. Put him on a number. And we'll stick a musketeer as a champion as well. Put him on a number. And Whitmore on a number 2. Make sure we can grab all of our champions. Alright, we got a big champion force now. We're feeling better. Feeling much more defensible. Not demolition, guys. Time for some spying. Yeah, we're not really, I mean, we're not the spying kind of guys, but we will have a lot of, I feel like we should do something with all of our intel we're sitting on. Unfortunately, I don't love, like, the Eleka Fog is not useful for us in this situation because our most likely foe are the Harkonnens, who are not, they don't care if they lose control of all their units. Militias. We're maxed out on our authority with nothing to annex. So like I said, we're just gonna sit. I mean, in order to do more, we would have to really war on Vernius, which I would feel pretty comfortable doing, although we know we've got belligerent Harkonnens. We'll be in a much better spot once our border defenses come up. We could grab, what is this? Parts production would be useful too, actually. Are any of these gonna be critical for like an, not really. Maybe countermeasures would be nice eventually for us, for like an end game time. Anyways, Landsrad pops up. Atreides, oh my god, they spent it all and they're fully restocked. They gotta be making like 50 influence. Is this an Atreides political play? The good news is they didn't vote something up on the Landsrad. Assassinate Vernius, get all that territory. That might be fun. We could look into it. Can we get a Vernius assassination going? Anyways, we gotta vote for something. We'll say that we want assassins. No, Vernius got extra assassins. Okay. Alright, Vernius. Let's, in that case, we don't got a lot of agents to go around with. This is just our big problem. We'll put this guy over on Vernius. I mean, assassin play could be fun. Could be fun. Chivalry commands. Okay, we'll make sure we juice up these militias. Oh, I guess we don't even have our troops all fully built out yet. I was getting excited. Building militias. We're at 25%. Vernia's buying up too. They're at 22%. The rates are still quite low. Museum of Unbound Arts, Native Reserves, Imperial Satisfaction. Oh my goodness, we're actually losing our front line here. I didn't even see the renegades come in. We're busy yapping about it. Let's make the last couple units perfect. I think we lost something. Did someone get eaten by worms maybe when I wasn't watching? Could have been. Chop, chop, chop. And we could also get a monument up. Ho ho. The big monument. We got good money for killing those guys. We should have dropped our scav teams. I wasn't even thinking about it. I'm getting loose. Oh, we got more worms on us. No. Don't do it. Okay. The worm was off of us. Ay, ay, ay. Get that guy cooking on safe mode. Make sure we're making our spice. We got good money. We'll buy a little bit more. It would be really nice to sit at 30%. That would be very solid. That's another win condition we could have. Would be, what did we lose? We got knights. We got banners. I think it's just muskets that we need, really. 2 more muskets and we'll be in a good spot. And we've got the flagship, the most inspiring ship in the galaxy. Alright, we should be in a good spot to defend ourselves from aggression. We're making 45 manpower a day, which is honestly a lot. We're making 500 Solari a day. We're just in a really strong economic position. Vernius making more daily hedge than us, and they're actually closing in a bit on the hedge. But our daily hedge has been cooking for a long time. We've made almost 2,000 from Craft Workshop, so that puts us in a really good spot. Really, really good spot. And we do have the Crescent Ridge in our back pocket. All right, we're looking good. We're looking good. I'm feeling cautious, so I don't want to be like too aggressive pushing anything. I think we're gonna just sort of sit and let everyone in the lobby catch up a little bit, as it were. We'll remember to scav team this time. And we could even no, I don't have enough water to trade. I was gonna say we could even trade with these guys. We can't actually. We get so much money from killing guys. Oh my god, that was amazing. I feel like I want to burn down more sieges. Maybe we could like. So this siege over. Well, that's the siege that pays us the money. We're at peace with the Atreides. We could walk into their land and pillage their siege. Yes, what a plan. Let's fill out our army though. We're gonna dump the manpower up here and missile turret this spot instead. Yeah, I like it. I like it. This actually needs. I need to bust one of these up. Water's tight, but this guy needs to be a missile turret as well. Cover his southern friend. These guys probably need covering missile turrets up here, but we're a little light on the water. We could break out the admin hall and replace now with recycling vats, I think would be okay. Let's get a supply drop ready, and we'll get rid of the Thumper and replace it with a scav team. And Operation Kill Atreides Sieges will be a go. I just crossed 20k, but I don't have anything left to do, so I'm just gonna be sitting here for now. Let's go march in on the Atreides. No, wait, we need our scav teams up. We need our scav teams up. Shit. Doot doot doot. Doot doot doot. Ooh, 4,000. It's expensive. Okay. Scav teams are up. We need a supply drop up. Alright. Operation Kill Siege. Let's go. Hope it doesn't turn out badly for us.
Anything for our liege. We'll be victorious.
Boom, boom, boom. We are burning through stuff real fast like. Some of these range units are taking more hits than they need to. Oh, we forgot to drop the scav team. Damn it. I'm sure Atreides won't be happy with that. But we're not here to make Atreides happy. Rates are going down a little bit. We'll keep an eye on it. We're good to stockpile, and then we'll hard sell next spice go round. Nope, Atreides don't like it. Are they actually going to war me on it? They are shooting at me with the missile turret there, so that's awkward. I guess we could leave. We don't really need. We're a little bruised and out of supply. We could walk home. We don't need proper war unless we could get unless we could win this peace actually, which would be really funny. Let's try to get peace with everybody, because the Atreides just broke it, so if they get peace again, they won't be able to break it again. That would make me laugh. Sale incentive would be bad. Lose 20 Solari per chome share. That would be quite a yuck. And we can't really beat that for the Atreides. Yeah, we'll just claim peace. We'll put our votes into peace. Peace in our time, and that will allow us to finish the pillage. Scav. I appreciate you, chat. I'm not always looking at you. There's a lot going on. Sale incentive goes on me, thanks to Vernius. We did get peace with everybody. So we will just stay here. Keep pillaging. We do need to Ikaz. Yeah, he liked it. Firefly liked it. All right, very funny. He's a good sport. That Firefly. No harm intended. I just want to burn down your siege. We do have our border defenses up, so it's time to start thinking about extra missiles. This guy here. Extra missiles. Hello, have you heard about our Lord and Savior, the missile turret? Just fortify these front lines. We're pretty good. We got like another day or so on that. Get a free agent. Boom. What we need then... Stupid scav teams. What we need... Did we ever get... We got a level on Vernius. Okay, there it is, the infiltration cell. We'll start cooking some infiltration cells. We're gonna need to save up a lot of money. We gotta pay 20 bucks per share. We have 400 share. We need to spend 8,000 Solari because of this sale incentive. Unless I actually wanted to sell. Sell for 2,800? Yeah, maybe that's a deal. Maybe we sell off some. I think that's probably makes sense. We'll sell off some shares to build up our bank a bit more. Okay. We want to get this thing down on Vernius, and then we'll stick our agent on him. Of course, Vernius being adjacent to our lands ought to be pretty easy to assassinate if it ever gets to that point. Go. There. And then we'll prep another one, and we'll put this guy on Vernius. Only one missile turret here. Maybe we bust this down and replace this with also a missile turret. Missile turrets everywhere. Doubled. Doubled. Yeah, we're well missiled. We just need to make sure we're also militia'd out in all of our other villages so we don't get any sneaky back caps on us. Let's do military parades in all of our villages. More like scam team. 2,700 is still a fine rate. We'll sell a little bit into it. We can buffer our losses a little bit. There's no need to go broke on it. Atreides closing in. They're cooking 35 a day. Everyone else is making a lot of hedge now, more than me, which is good because I still feel pretty comfortable sending the assassins for parades. I know, I really like sending the assassins to the village to make things happen. It's got a nice or else feel to it. Parade troops in the village, and it's just one assassin walking down the street. Boom, boom, boom. These things are getting pillaged. They're in the Vernius backfield. Let's do a third infiltration cell. Funny enough, Vernius is actually giving me the technology for extra infiltrations. But that does mean we do need spying logistics up because of... We need spine lasers up super fast. What am I doing? Parts production, okay. 6 days, 18 days, okay. We need spine logistics up. Otherwise, if Vernius ever breaks our truce, I won't be able to make assassins. So I'm glad we thought of that before it got too deep. This guy was definitely on safe mode, and he just got eaten by a worm. I hate when that happens. And we're really in a spot where we're just hanging back, just seeing what happens. We'll see if we can assassinate Vernius, because that would be very funny, and would also open up a ton for us, right? Maybe we'll sit on a huge bank, if possible. Vernius bought up to 30%. We could sell even. It's good money. If we actually did kill Vernius, it would be like all their shares would return, and we could purchase them up at dirt cheap pricing. That's always really fun. Okay. We got a little assassin hanging out home. We got a lot of points of interest in our territory, but we don't really need anything. Okay, so if he scans there, we're good there, there. The other obvious one is maybe way in the back there, or down here. If we could walk all the way through that territory to get there, it might make more sense to go all the way in the back. Maybe there is easier to get to. Let's juice up those levels on Vernius.
Yes, my lady Archduchess.
And we'll just, what do I like here? We might, maybe we break down the embassy, because nobody's really trading much with us anymore since the Atreides broke our deals. We might break down the embassy and replace it with the spycraft place. I think that makes sense for us. Hark is second in hedge now. Yeah, we'll have to go look at him. Loss of rights comes up. Good, let's kick the Atreides out. Kick him out of there. We'll hard support that. All my votes on loss. Kick and keep people out of the charters is always a good thing. I guess we don't need to sit there and look at that. I don't know what the Harkonnens took. I don't know if they just backcapped more things. They do have some territory in the back. Loss of rights does pass. Harkonnens get cheaper, and military units are not more expensive. We could do a little bit of buying. Man, I know, poor Firefly. Worked hard for those offices. Okay, we're getting intelligence network. We're gonna get spying logistics online. That's just cash there. Let's make sure we're getting more militia out in all of our border territories. Yeah, I mean, I think in an ordinary game, I would just like hit Vernius over the head with a steel chair at this point in time. But because we would like to try to make it to the finals, maybe we'll try to actually do well, which means, ooh, water. Which means that we be cautious and we play it smart. We don't need to run way ahead of the pack. Most of the pack is caught up with us, which is a good thing. The rates are good. We're gonna hard sell. We could buy a little bit. The money's fairly cheap. See if we could climb back up to 30%. We'll buy as long as it's under 4K. Okay, that's good. We'll save our money now. Resolve you. That's money up there. We do so anything that's on the border with Vernius, I'm trying to kind of pick up because I don't want Vernius to be able to yoink them out from underneath us. Atreides have launched infiltration cells against me. Oh yeah. Okay, what did we say we were gonna do? We're gonna break the embassy down. A lot of knives in the dark out here. Intelligence agency, probably for additional operations slots, maybe. We don't really need the agent recruitment speed, and I don't really care about the influence. But it does mean I want more people on my counter intel. Vernius has crossed 20k hedge. We do got a Landsred guard out. Okay, we're protected. I think we're in a winning position. Yeah, Atreides assassins are coming online. Who would have expected? We are waiting for our level 3 to fill up here, then we could prep an assassination on Vernius. Also, we got 20 days and we'll get our spying logistics out, which is good. It's all the major houses, right? Very little warfare, very much backstabbing. We could just steal this manpower from him. This guy could be, I guess, just to cover our bases, we probably want more missile turrets in our back here. It's cost us a little bit of money to be able to upkeep this many random turrets around the place, but if worse gets to worse, I don't want Vernius to be able to push in through the top here. Just because this is the only place we don't have missile turreted up. I don't expect anyone to cause trouble over here. You know, in theory, the Atreides could go through the deep desert or through the desolation. That is very much sort of a pretty wild Hail Mary kind of play, so that is not something I anticipate, so we're not going to invest in those backfield missiles. We may come to regret it at some point in the future, but for now, I'm okay with it. We're good. I think we're good. We're just gonna chill out and pay these spice taxes. Looks like the Harkonnens are probably even gonna pull ahead of me ever so slightly on hegemony, which will be good. It'll take a. We're ready for assassination on Vernie. We'll get our intel agency up. And then we'll start assassinating Vernius and see how that goes.
We have the most inspiring ship in the galaxy.
And we have the most expiring ship in the galaxy. Yeah, the Atreides flagship can fly over, but it can only carry a certain amount of units. It can't carry the full-size army. There's no, like, scanning stations on the border. A lot of military defenses for Vernius, but not stuff that can spot stealth units. So we ought to be okay. Prep the assassination. We're making 35 a day in the intel. That's very, very good. Extra missiles. That guy's fine in the back. I don't think I need any more guild donations. If we gotta... Yeah, I'm not anticipating needing to rebuild a flagship. We don't seem like we're in that kind of warfare with anybody. We could even sneak over and maybe steal some space cruiser scraps. We could even go over and just... I guess they're devastated right now, but we could go over and just like annex the two territory, some of the territory that Vernius has in their backfield. They've got a proper erect drone army. We're gonna launch an assassination on them, I think. We'll see how it goes. We'll save up our stockpile of money. We're not gonna spend any more money. Boom, let's do it. Assassination. They've got 2 on counterintelligence. Okay. We're cooking. Assassination completed in, I don't know, sometime. Oh, that thing got pulled off that I was trying to grab. Landsrad's online. We do have Atreides there. Assassination progressing. Good, good. We'll go over and we'll juice it. Then we'll start another one. Cancel Curse. Imperium Summit came online, letting people know that there's an assassination going on. All factions cancel. I don't want all factions to cancel. I want to oppose that. Damn it, that sort of gives away the game a bit, don't it? Oh dear. Selling Chome shares grant hegemony. Oh my goodness, that might be useful. Damn it. I was so excited. I guess if we were really savvy, we would have waited till after the council to start our assassination attempt. But now by opposing it, it tells everyone who's doing it, right? And Vernius has so many votes and Atreides has so many votes and they're both nervous. Nah. Oh, it was opposed. Everybody opposed it. Nobody wants to cancel assassination attempts. Oh my god. Oh my god. Am I being assassinated? I might be. We'll take someone off of Landsrad. We'll put him on 3rd on counterintelligence. We're making more assassins. It would be really funny if like other people also got assassinated, like multiple other assassinations get detected suddenly, and like, oh, I'm being assassinated by like 2 other people. Harks win because everyone kills each other. That would also be very funny. Okay, let's start pulling off intel points of interest. Just sitting in our base. More assassins coming online. We're still pieced with Vernius, so they're giving me all of that tasty tech. Because I still actually can't make my own assassins for 4 more days. A bit of an oversight on my part, maybe, but undetected. We're making good progress here. We'll let it drop a little bit now. Assassination detected. I'm being assassinated by Vernius. And Vernius detected my assassination of them, and they declared war on me. Okay. Oh lord, we're fighting, boys. It's a battle. Hilarious. Okay, shit. So they took the tech away that actually gave me the extra stuff. We need our own spies. I can't make my... Wow, he says. Laughing out loud. I can't make my own spies yet. That's not good. Oh, Atreides down south. That's pretty bad. Shit. We're not buying airfield either. That's bad. That's real bad. I'm not going to be able to fight everybody and stop an assassination attempt. No, this will get my monument's out of position. He ceasefires me there. Interesting. Okay. We appreciate the ceasefire, and we come back and we fight up here. Pull the monument back. Jump on his hero first. Farm these guys. We need to scan and then search. And then prep. He is teleported away. We come back to fight Vernius. Or not Vernius, you know, the other guys. Atreides. They cease fire again. I guess in that, then we search these regions. Oh, nope, he's coming in. He's crossing the border. Nope, he's not crossing the border. It's hard to know what's going on. There's a lot happening right now. I could make a new assassin. Okay, we're fighting. Shit, we got a bad engagement there. And we don't have our ship eyes. We're getting pulled apart. We're just going to use this assassin to kill a warden. We're going to cancel our assassination attempt on them. We're fighting. I think we're losing. Crap. Vernius coming in again on the west. Trying to get some focus fire on these ranged units here. We will search also up here. Need to rally in the back. I think we're losing this fight properly. We did clear one cell over there. Don't see it. Is it this place? Crap. Okay, it's going bad. I think we're gonna get assassinated actually, because I think the cell might be here. And watch the Harkonnens, boys. The Harkonnens are creeping up on us. This is getting liberated. Nope, pillaged. Is he juggling it back and forth, or he's not entirely sure? Looks like we're gonna abandon it. We searched up here, didn't we? The only places we haven't searched are to our east. Oh, I didn't cancel my assassination. I will cancel it. Why isn't it all no resources were being I've clicked cancel. Confirm. It's not canceling. That's not good. It continues to drain stuff from me. We just need to get these last searches out of the way. I think, yeah, it's just these back three regions, and then we're getting our front regions effed. 4 more days to complete the assassination on me. Are we dead? Harkonnens climbing ahead. Boom. Not there, not there, not there. Are there any? He still has agents on me. I've searched. Is it this region here? Oh, it's this region here. Sandfall has it. That's the only thing I haven't searched yet. No, we're gonna die because it's on Sandfall, and that's where the Atreides army is. F. We're dead, boys. Oh, no, that's really unfortunate. And it won't let me, forbidden by, I can't abandon it because it's a garden resort. Oh, oh no. Oh, no. Well, that's a damn shame. Well, it's looking like we might be casting today, boys. It was going well for us. There was a coordinated murder attempt. We would have been even okay if we had had a chance. Even if we lose both of these, and then everyone turns in the Harks, we could start stabbing them in the back, and we're sitting on a massive bank. I think we could have clawed our way back into relevancy. What did we do wrong? And now nobody wants to cancel assassinations. We'll support a loss of authority, but I think we're just going to get assassinated. Ooh, we can't abandon it, and the Atreides are on top of it. Yeah, I mean, they coordinated together really well. I don't know what we could have done to stop it. You know, we killed the Vernius army. We lost against the Atreides army, but we were kind of spread out and a little lower on troops, and we didn't have our flagship over us when we engaged, so we definitely screwed up our engagement there. Dukes, that feels bad. I was feeling in a really good position right until the lobby killed me. GG. Well, that opens it up quite interestingly. Not good for the Harkonnens, because they can't really take advantage of all this beautiful empty space. A special just went to Vernius, a special just went to Atreides. Yeah, and unfortunately, because I'm here talking to you guys, I am not in the the Discord chat room, so I can't hear when they say, "Hey, let's all go kill Davok." Nah, it's a handicap that we gladly accept in order to spend time with the real stars of the show, the audience. So let's see, where's Vernius? Everyone's very close, 24-4 actually, so they are tied even with Atreides. They're cooking very similar amounts, slightly more on Atreides, and Vernius can chome. Oh yes, because I was the next big chome holder. Bought 20 shares, bought 20 shares, bought 20 shares, bought 20 shares. Yes, look at this. Vernius turns on the spigot. Have they got the resources for it? Sitting on 15K, they might. They might. Chome shares are currently about 3,000 a pop. 44%. Oh, good lord. I don't know that they're going to be able to stop the Vernius Chome. Really good play. I mean, that's what we wanted to do to him. We wanted to kill him and buy his Chome shares. So he's up at 45%. I think he's going to top out. There's already no more shares to buy. And there'll be about 4,000 a piece right now. He can only buy about 40 more shares. In order to win, he needs 840-ish. He's still about 80 shares away. He needs another like 10,000 Solari or so. Harkonnens start assassinating Vernius, so that's very fun. Very, very fun. What are the Atreides up to? They're marching. They're marching on Vernius lands. You know, resource-wise, Hark's got some... Atreides have 26K in the bank. Oh my goodness. Everybody else just isn't buying. I guess Atreides are buying a little bit now. But Atreides have enough money to really stall this out for some time. Still 9K on Vernius. What are they doing? Did they stop buying? Atreides are getting thumpered, so they have to take a longer walking route to get where they need to go. Harkonnen army is sitting in the middle. Vernius army has fallen back to the S-Vault to defend. It's Vernius to win it if they're able to scrape up enough more shares on the market. The problem being there's just not enough on sale. And we just saw Harkonnens buy 5. So everybody's got their auto buy on. So that's... And people have banks enough that they can... 5 more for Vernius, 5 more for Vernius. Oh, a bunch of shares just went on sale. Vernius buying up. 17, yeah, so more shares came out. So now it's 880, I think, to win. 880 would be 50%, unless I'm crazy. Something around there, maybe a little bit more. But we need about 80 more shares for Vernius, and they're going to be hard to come by. There's 32 on sale right now. The price is almost up to about 5K for 20. Vernius is broke, Harkonnens are broke, and Atreides is broke. Atreides is actually making 900 a day, and there's combat. Big combat. Atreides came in, looks like. We were doing the math. Atreides came in, Vernius met them in the field, and Harkonnens joined them. Vernius in trouble, obviously. Pulling back, that we know how the DPS of this Harkonnen gunner army can be really devastating. But, you know, taking one fuel cell region is not going to stop Vernius. 46%. I don't think they're making quite enough money, though. 350 is not enough. Atreides making 1.2k. Super rich back there. Will we see the death of Vernius before they're able to chome this final 4%? We've got a Landsray popping up in 5 days. Oftentimes you'll see some, once someone gets above 40%, it's super heavily weighted that you'll have something like, I can't remember the name of it, but the stuff that stops you from buying shares, right? Or makes you lose a percentage of your shares. I don't know. I don't think Vernius is going to be able to go the distance here. Atreides' army is wiped. Harkonnens still have basically their full army. They're annexing. Harkonnens at 27. They don't have any backfield. They've already annexed everything in their backfield to get up to 27. So the question is, can the Harkonnens hedge? Atreides aren't going to... Atreides are broke. If... Oh no, looks like the assassination attempt got canceled as well, though. That is interesting. Then that actually opens Vernius up again, because I don't... Ugh. It might be a very slow progression. It's going to be real tough for Vernius to earn enough money, especially since he needs to rebuild his army and his drones cost money. Now he's making 1k. I don't know, did he shift his spice? He's hard selling, as well he should. And the rate is quite good, 3.2 for Vernius. Actually, it's pretty average. It's going to get worse. Harkonnens are stockpiling. They should be selling. I guess they need to hit their contract, but they should be hard selling even into this terrible rate. When you stockpile, it reduces the cost of shares. And if you sell your spice, it increases the cost of shares. Vernius climbs up. Never mind, maybe Vernius can do it, because it doesn't look like... I would expect to see a stronger push in towards like a base kill or something. Is he going to try and win on Chome before the tax? Even the tax is not going to do it. This is going to put Harkonnens up to 27.8. Tax will put them up to 29, and they'll still be 1,000 short of the hedge. I think Vernius has it on Chome. I think they're getting enough. We'll see what the agenda is. Atreides have speaker. Architectural surveys comes up. So will we see a base race? Can they kill the Vernius base? Vernius making good money now. I don't know what they did to open up the spigot, but the Solari is flowing. And Vernius is getting perilously close. 850, oh lord. And we figured 880 was a win, right? They're extremely close. Another 30 shares. There's 12 on sale right now. Price is not that bad. Only about 4.5k, maybe 5k for 20 shares. I think it's a Vernius victory. I don't think there's anything they can do to stop it. I mean, if so, it would be well deserved for all cash. Assassinating the mighty Ikaz, and they were so mighty, and then buying up all the Chome shares on the market crash. They're even going to pillage. They're just looking for extra money. They don't care if the Harkonnens are taking their land. We needed to see more decisive, aggressive play. Atreides are still rebuilding their army. We needed to see the Harkonnens going a little heavier, and I don't know why the assassination got canceled. I thought that was what was going to progress. It's really tough to stop an assassination when you're spending all your money trying to Chome, and you're getting attacked by two sides by two different people. Harkonnens take that. Spice tax in 12 days. Ooh, I think Vernius has this within 12 days. 865 on Vernius, 49%. And there's still shares for sale. I gotta think it's it. I gotta think that's it. I gotta think Vernius is gonna get it even before the spice tax comes around. And they are pillaging. Very good play. Very good play from All Cash. Getting out there, squeezing every last dime they can get their hands on. If he actually knew, I've got a whole bunch of house gifts back here. Each of these is $500 of extra money. You could go, there's 2,000 Solari just sitting in the desert, nobody using it. Looks like Atreides and Harkonnens have accepted their fate. They're just hanging back. We needed more decisive action if you wanted an opportunity to go in. Harks ran out of money and other resources. They're the Harks look like they're doing fine on money. They ran out of authority, so they can't do any crazy end game capping. But I mean, as architectural surveys on Vernius, you could at least give it a shot. Go shoot that base. Go shoot that base with your gunners. Well done, all cash takes pod number 1. Let me report that. Takes. Very, very nice. Well played, Vernius. I don't think we could be sad about that. It was why they ditched their... Oh, they ditched their assassination mission because they were out of resources. Yeah, that could have been so. They might have run out of... you really need a really heavy stock of intel in order to pull off a proper assassination. Well, we had a good time, at least. We had fun. We were feeling like we were in a real good spot right up until we died. The old assassination with the double backstab at the same time is a tough maneuver to stop. So it was well orchestrated by those bastards. Look at that influence production. Almost 30 daily influence on Atreides. Intel was, yeah, Harkonnens were making decent intel. 30 a day should have been enough for them to keep up with stuff. Not a lot of combat. I got wiped once by the Harks, but we rebuild. The Harks died somewhere. I don't even know. Nobody else took any losses. How did they lose an entire army? Somebody whooped their butt at some point, and then we got to the end game fighting, and we just got picked apart, unfortunately. Tough battles. A good time though. I felt like we were really good on the knowledge, but I guess we were just sort of at parity with Atreides. Were really good too. Atreides were sitting quiet back there. They were pretty economically powerful. Solari stocks, Solari production. I don't know why it says I made 10,000 Solari in one day. Maybe that was when I was selling a lot of my stocks or something. But Solari production, it's so hard because that 10K skews the graph a lot. So the richest people were making about 900 or 1,000 a day. I was really only making about 500. I was slightly above most folks for most of the early game, but nobody was crazy rich. It was really that assassination that was able to change the fortunes. It's weird that Shomshiz doesn't show me dying, but I would have died right about when they climbed up there, somewhere around that range. GG, a good game. That was a fun one, pretty solid. I was hoping that the lobby would just sit back and let me coast toward a close end game, because remember, we were sitting on about 3K in unclaimed territory, so we could have done a proper hedge boom if we had climbed up to, I think it would have been just about right at about 2600 hegemony. How close did we get? Where's our hegemony? So we got to about 24. So maybe another month or so of chilling out, and we would have been right in the position to like pay a spice tax, cap our 3 regions, boom, plus 4,000 something hedge, and Bob's your uncle. That would have been good. That would have been the plan. Alas, the lobby teamed up on me. Your poor, humble narrator. Let's take a look around. Let's see what's going on with other pods. Looks like pod 4 was won by Whaler on House Carino. What else we've got? We've got a pod 2 and a pod 3, maybe, who have not yet reported in. I think they were instructed not to allow mid-game joins. But let me see if I can anyway. Maybe someone screwed up their settings. Let's try that one. Game in progress, cannot join lobby. Boo! Let's try this one. Game in progress, cannot join lobby. Boo! Okay. I guess we are stuck waiting until folks get out. Finish their games up. Shouldn't be too much longer. That one I felt like went the distance. How long we been online here? hour and 40 something minutes, so that's about what a spice game takes. Let's take a little break. Let's go refresh our waters, maybe grab yourself a snack, and we will be back in a minute, and we will hope that we've got stuff cleaned up. The pods finish up and we can move on to a finals. All right. BRB, we'll call it 5 minutes. 5 minutes. And we'll leave the Dune background music on to soothe your ears. All right, I am back. Grabbed a drink of water, used the restroom, helped the wife carry in some groceries, all the important stuff. Ready to cast some finals. How you doing out there, folks? Did you enjoy that game? That was a pretty good one. Let me scroll back through the chat here because I was getting a little hairy there and didn't get a chance to read it as much as I would have wanted to. You know, in retrospect, we probably should have canceled that assassination when it came up in the lands red. Oops. Although maybe we probably wouldn't have been able to because everybody else voted to not cancel it. Everybody's assassinating. Looks like the other pods are finishing up. Cream took pod 2 with a Fremen win, and Yvain took pod 3 with a Vernius win. 2 Vernius winners. Nice. They're gonna have to fight it out to figure out who gets a Vernius pick in the finals pod. But the good news is everything's finishing up all at once, so we ought to move on pretty rapidly into a finals match here. We won't have to sit too much longer. You won't have to hear me yapping away. But I know you're here for the yapping, so we can yap. We probably got a few minutes. We'll let the contestants get ready, shake off the nerves of an endgame push, and get ready for another one. Whew. That one was unfortunate. I really didn't think we would catch quite such a killing blow there at the end, but it makes sense. You know, it was absolutely a win condition for Vernius to get me killed, and Atreides came along for the ride. Ideally, I would have liked to see Atreides maybe positioned a little better for when I died. So, like, as soon as I died, obviously Vernius bought up all of my Chom shares, and then we went and we looked and we saw the Atreides were sitting on a bank at like 26k, right? If the Atreides had also turned on their auto buy, you know, right when I die, then they outcompete Vernius for half of those cheap shares, and I think that endgame looks quite a bit different. If the Atreides had been a little more cautious about building up a really large bank of authority, we could have seen, they could have done a bunch of peaceful annexes of my territory at the end game, and it would have been quite possible for them to then race the Vernius Chom victory with their own Atreides hegemony victory, right? There was at least one more special region in my backfield that they could have annexed peacefully, right? The one that was my sanctuary. That alone would have pushed them right up to like 26, 27k, something like that. So they would have been very close. Could have been a bit more of a contender with a bit more preparation, I think. But they were just so excited to murder me, and who wouldn't be? Who wouldn't be? Can't fault them for that. All right, they are putting together the final pod. They are figuring out who's going to be which faction, and we ought to have ourselves a banger. The tonal shift when everyone voted to deny assassination cancels was funny, right? It is exactly that the Ralph Wiggums from Simpsons meme where he's sitting on the bus. I'm in danger. I'm in danger. Oh boy. And I certainly was. I read the situation correctly. I was being murdered. The lobby was conspiring against me. We did get the third guy up on counter intel, but it wasn't enough to slow down that. Or rather, the real problem was I couldn't cancel that last assassination cell on Sandfall, right? Because it was the garden, and because the Atreides were there. If it wasn't the garden, I could have abandoned it. If we had fought off the Atreides, I could have cleared it. I cleared all the other cells, but then that one just kept ticking the whole time. Even if that had gotten... I'm thinking. Even if we had lost both of those regions in the fight, if we had been able to cancel the assassination, then the game goes on and suddenly it's not a Chom game because Vernius doesn't get access to all my... I'm still alive, so I still have my shares. I'm down like 3,000 hegemony, so then the Harkonnens are ascendant, and it's a rush to keep them from a hedge win. And then meanwhile, I would be rebuilding my army and trying to take stuff back from those interlopers. It would have been a very, very different game if we had just avoided the assassination. And it was so unfortunate that it was on that garden resort that we couldn't abandon. I don't know if that was intended or just a happy coincidence for him, but tough one. What race am I playing in the Turin tournament? Turin's trying to lobby me to be an undead because he wants to take me as his Padawan, but I think I'm a Night Elf man in my heart, or maybe I'm a Night Elf woman in my heart. It's in my heart. It could be any gender. I don't know. I've been playing a lot of Night Elves, practicing at least. I really enjoy Demon Hunters. I really like Keepers of the Grove. I really like Pandas. And I've been having fun, big Huntress rushes, or just, you know, burning straight to the bears and dryads, the old faithful. I was actually, so it's funny, the Warcraft 3, everyone's always like, oh, I loved Warcraft 3, I played it when I was a kid. And I'm like, well, some of us are old. I played Warcraft 3 when I was an adult. So I was a very good Warcraft 3 player 23 years ago, something like that. But I haven't played since then. It's not like I've been keeping up with it, right? I've played a lot of other games. But when Warcraft 3 first came out, I was like a competitor. I played, not professionally, but almost like semi-pro. I could win like automated tournaments. I was pretty confident in my Warcraft 3 skills. So, I mean, the good news is when it comes to quotation beginners tournament, I already know every unit in the game and every ability in the game and how all of, you know, the tech and stuff works, because nothing's changed in Warcraft 3 in 20 years, right? There's been incremental little balance patches and things. So the only thing I don't know or understand is really the meta or the standard counters for things and whatnot. But that's easy enough to learn. And I've done nothing but play RTS games my whole life, so the micro and the macro are easy enough for me to pick up. I just need a little bit more game knowledge of, you know, how to appropriately counterplay stuff, and then we'll be cooking. So I'm bullish. I'm bullish on my chances. I think I got a good shot at it. But it should be fun. It should be fun. Maybe we'll stream some of that. I don't know. I don't know if anyone here likes Warcraft 3. Just that one guy, just Andy. He wants to see me play. Waiting for the council to start assassination. Oh yeah. If I had been more thoughtful about it, and I'm not, I'm much more of an impulsive player, but if I had been more thoughtful, it would have made more sense to start the assassination immediately after a council. And if I had done that, I would have seen that an assassination, it would have given me all the information I needed, right? Because it would have said, you know, do you want to cancel assassination attempt? And then I would have seen that Atreides and Vernius voted no, they don't want to cancel assassination attempt. So I would have been like, I guess it wouldn't have changed anything. You know, the outcome would have been the same. It didn't really matter that I was assassinating Vernius. It cost me some extra, just a small amount of money. It's cost me a bunch of intel, but it's not like I've got great big blockbuster operations to drop on people. So I don't think it would have changed things that much. I mean, I already reacted to it quickly once I saw what was happening. It was just the way it was. Just the way it was. All right, they're doing not bans, but they're doing picks and bans. They're doing in Discord right now, firming up who's gonna play what in the finals. Cream is gonna be on Fremen. All Cash is taking Vernius, the champion from our pod. So we'll see if who else? Yvain won. Yvain almost always plays Vernius, I think. So we'll see if Yvain knows any other factions. We shall see. And then after that we expect, who else went? Carino. Whaler on Carino. Whaler picks his Carino, so it's up to Yvain to pick something, not Vernius, not Fremen, not Carino, to play. And we got a lobby going. Doot. Looking good. Yvain's thinking. Folks are getting in, our casters and our streamers. Ought to have a good match here. We shall see. Cream plays an extremely aggressive Fremen style. We saw All Cash being a very sneaky Vernius there. All random, you cowards. You know what? No one else in the tourney opted to random except for me. Really no one in the community at all does it except for Kenry and myself. Cream could do it. I think he may have done it in the past, but most people certainly have preferences for what they're going to play. You might just get stuck with Rivi Denari and not get anything the whole game. I guess she gave us one extra veterancy on our army. It was a shame we couldn't bring the full army to bear. I think if we had had the full stack, we could have killed the Atreides. And indeed, they were screwing with us with those with the ceasefires that they kept dropping. And then once the ceasefire fell off, we were actually just in a really bad position where all of our guys were sort of mingled together. We didn't have our range units behind us. We didn't have our flagship with us to help. You know, if it had been a proper stand-up fight, if we'd been able to order our lines, we would have been fine. But there was just my micro was a little too taxed trying to get things scanned and cell searched and also lead a battle. Ah well, c'est la vie. Yvain says Atreides, I guess. We'll see how practiced Yvain is on the Atreides. All right, putting our library together ought to be momentarily. Whew. That was a fun game, though. I enjoyed it. I still like ECAS, though. I feel like every game I play as ECAS, I die. Like, in the game, not just lose, but like, die. People getting their first picks. Do people have different picks? Whaler picked Carino first. Yvain picked Vernius, then Atreides, then Carino. Cream picked Fremen, Carino, Vernius. Yeah, okay, so it's fine. It's fine. Let's go. Yep, we've got an Atreides, a Carino, and a Vernius, right? So Atreides, Carino, and Vernius, all notable for their lack of early aggression. Cream on the Fremen is gonna be the playmaker. We'll see if anyone's able to resist the early Fremen aggro. We'll see the luck of the draw. Who gets to do it? Who gets to spawn next to the Fremen and deal with it? Waiting for Yvain in the lobby. Ikas do beatdown better than punch up. Yeah, we had a really solid defensive position there. If we weren't, we could have been a little more slower and thoughtful if we weren't also being assassinated at the same time, right? You know, it was just it was a solid play. I thought that they were all being a little too passive and were going to let me get into the danger zone there, but nope. They identified me as a threat and eliminated it. And I didn't think that there was a whole lot we would have done differently. It was just solid play. It's all right. Just waiting for folks to get in the lobby. Come on, Yvain. You've had plenty of time to go and pee. Okay, let's go, folks. Let's go. So, Yvain says he's having some difficulty. He needs 3 minutes. We can do 3 minutes. We could do 3 minutes, chat. How we feeling? What have you guys been playing? Anyone been trying out Tempest Rising, right? That's been the latest high-profile RTS to come out. I'm always a little more focused on RTSs than other things, but I've also been playing. I've been back on some V Rising. It just got a new content patch where they added a bunch of new bosses and new weapons and powers and a new part of the world. So I spun up a V Rising server. Been playing through it with my buddies. That is a heck of a game. Really, really a lot of fun. Strong recommend to anybody. I've played like beginning to the very end of the game, maybe like 4 or 5 times at this point. Just have a fabulous time doing it. It's just really fun being a vampire and finding different weapons and sucking people's blood and stuff. And I slipped back into StarCraft 2. Yep, everything that's old is new again, right? Everything that's old is new again. The Warcraft 3 is ascendant. StarCraft 2 is drawing new people to it. It's wild. Nobody will play the new games, but we'll all go back and play the old games. A new patch just dropped for Company of Heroes, though I hear there's some mixed reviews of it, as it were. A lot of folks have said that it didn't solve a lot of the things that were the biggest, most salient problems that the community was complaining about, and maybe even created more in other places. Well, patches are hard. Patches are hard, and I like the Company of Heroes folks quite a bit, so I don't begrudge them. I think it's a hell of a game, and I also think that in general the Company of Hero players are some of the whiniest of all players in all in all RTS. Oh, new Baldur's Gate 3 patch. You're right. You're right. Baldur's Gate 3 just had a new big content patch, dropped a bunch of subclasses. There's another one that is a hell of a game. I assume at this point everybody has played Baldur's Gate 3, but if you haven't, you really ought to. You really ought to. We at our best, maybe we get like 700 players a day in Dune Spice Wars, our multiplayer game that we love. And Baldur's Gate does like 150,000 players a day, and it's almost entirely just single player. It's so unbelievably popular, and it's like the tail on it has been wild. You know, it came out a year ago or more at this point. It's been out for some time, and like the amount of people that continue to just play it all day, every day is wild. Totally wild. On the upside, casting on old Blizzard RTS games was fully functional, unlike modern ones. Yeah, it's fair to say. Fair to say that the old platforms are mighty stable and well understood ones. Yeah, good stuff. A lot of great patches and updates and DLCs and stuff dropped in April. I think we're feasting well. If you like the sort of genres and the games that I like, we got a lot to do. Hell, I would be, I did, last week I played and casted an Age of Empires 4 tournament. I think Age of Empires 4 is super fun. And if there was not other stuff to play, I would be totally happy to play Age of Empires, like, constantly, every day, all day. Like, that would be a lot of fun. But there's so much competing for attention. Oh, I'm sorry to hear it, Chacula. My pod was going good, and then I got the dreaded double whammy as we were moving on towards the end times. I was sitting pretty with ECAS, and I started assassinating Vernius to have fun, and then the cancel assassination Landsrad comes up, and I thought, oh no, now everyone's going to know I'm assassinating Vernius. But then every other player voted not to cancel assassinations, and it was like a record scratch. Wait a minute, is everybody getting assassinated? Am I getting assassinated? Sure enough, Vernius was assassinating me, and they and Atreides teamed up and came into my lands, and were able to keep me busy enough for the assassination to finish, especially because there was a cell on my garden resort. And you can't abandon a garden resort. So Atreides just sat on top of it, like pillaging and sieging it down. So I couldn't get there to search it, and I couldn't abandon it. Because it's a garden. You can't abandon your gardens, apparently. Today I learned. So I got assassinated, and then Vernius bought up all of my Chom shares and won on Chom. That was all cash. So he's got Vernius this game again. We'll see how he does. We'll see how it goes. Do you like the AoE cast? I have a lot of fun. I enjoy the AoE stuff a lot. But we got a game. We've got a game. Lordy, it feels like a big map, but to the east, we've got Cream, Mother of Malos, and Stilgar, my favorite counselors. To the north, we've got Whaler, Princess Urulon, Hasimir Fenring, also my favorite pick, very meta. To the west, Atreides with Lady Jessica and Dr. Wellington Yui. Pretty standard, and even down south, Bolig Avati and Tessia Vernius. I think Tessia is a slightly unusual pick. Usually you see Bolig's quite standard, and the name's escaping me, but the guy that lets you have 20% reduced cost to annex stuff, I think is a bit more popular than Tessia. But you do need Tessia if you ever want to assassinate someone. And we saw Allcash successfully assassinate someone in the last game. Hooray for him. But maybe he's got assassins on his mind again. Lobby's paused, thinking about things, and we are underway. You've seen the issue before with forward gardens, and any army can sit on it and let the assassin finish. Yeah, I mean, if you had asked me if that was the case, I would have said, yeah, okay, I guess that makes sense. But I guess I hadn't yet been in that exact situation where I was being assassinated, the cell was on the gardens, and they just sat on it, right? Because once upon a time, that was the common way to assassinate people. You put a cell on a region, you go in and you siege that region down, and then they can't get rid of it. But at some point, they dropped a patch for the game, and the patch was if a region is under siege and it's not actively being fought over for like 10 or 15 or 30 seconds or something, eventually you're able to abandon it. But not the garden. All right, let's take a look. Let's do some we see, yeah, maybe Carino and Fremen kind of close, but not super close. Interestingly enough, though, there is not a desert between them, which is probably bad news for Carino, because this is all just free Fremen real estate then. However, the incentive to get a desert surround is actually the Fremen moving south, so maybe that's good news for Carino. And weirdly, there's 2 deep deserts between Carino and Vernius, so this one I would really expect to be totally uncontested. Pretty favorable Fremen spawn, I think, here. Easy deep desert surround, a lot of territory to expand into. Easy pickings on your neighbors. Vernius and Carino are probably the least likely to be able to withstand early Fremen aggression. We'll see. Let's start up with Carino. We'll take a look at their land. Let's take a look at their adjacent regions. Up here, we've got an Imperial station, but not really much in the way of quirks. Down here, we've got research hubs and money for statecraft buildings, so that's actually pretty nice. Bonus research hubs, money per statecraft buildings. These are going to get multiplied by their Imperial base adjacency bonuses. He's going to be able to build a whole bunch of research hubs and get paid for it. That's not too bad. Not too bad at all. And he's got a very close space cruiser wreck. So, very close space cruiser wreck. In between him and the Fremen is Mount Idaho, but it's a very Fremen-favored base, so that's well out of Carino hands unless some miracle happens. Up front towards the sink, he's got the Moondew Vale, which is a very aggressive village. We do have a bit of a bunker situation. If a player was able to grab all 3 of these regions, you could do missile turrets, missile turrets, missile turrets, and have them all guarded. That's interesting. Keep it. If I was Atreides, that would be like flashing in my mind. You can get past the abandon issue as the attacker by putting 1 guy in a building so the defender can't abandon. But doing that in the garden would tank your Landsrat. Yeah, interesting. We got all our cells and we just couldn't get couldn't deal with the garden, and we just sat there as we died slowly. 1 spice, that's gotta be a Fremen spice because it's a very Fremen favored village, so that's probably out of their reach. Really, this land of the sharing this unbroken land between the Fremen, I think, is going to be a big problem for Carino. We'll see. We'll see what Whaler can do with it. An easy spice to the west he could grab. To the far west is yet another spice and a sandfall. Sandfall ought to be his. This spice ought to be his. This one we could see Atreides pushed north. It's kind of closer to the Atreides than it is to Carino. But decent territory around Carino. I ordinarily wouldn't have been too sad about this spot, except for the Fremen question. The Fremen situation. We'll see what happens with them. The Fremen, on the other hand, start out with cheaper buildings, extra plascrete, 4 wind, 3 wind, 3 wind. His wind is all pretty terrible around him. I guess there's a couple of 4 winds and 3 winds, but somewhat average on the wind department. And it's nice. It's certainly nicer when you're Fremen if you've got better wind. Plascrete going up, Plascrete going up, knowledge going up. Doing the Fremen thing. It looks like a quick Mount Idaho. And we did talk about how they've got a desert surround here, but look how lucrative this is. This desert is adjacent to a spice here, a spice here, a spice here. There's another easy spice there. There's probably a spice there. I mean, this could very, very easily be like a 5-spice Fremen game without even trying hard for it. I don't think Cream really plays an eco kind of Fremen-y style, but he's gonna have a crap load of spice, so money will not be a problem. We've also, just in the process of this deep desert surround, you pick up a great volcano here, you pick up an observatory mountain here, and then you've got Mount Idaho in front of you. So there is 3 easy specials. Space Cruiser Wreck is a bit out there. I'd say it's a Carino favored region, but I wouldn't be surprised if the Fremen were able to bully their way up and claim the Space Cruiser Wreck as well. And it's a very valuable pickup because the Fremen start a bit further behind in spaceship parts or guild favor in order to make their flagship. So picking up the Space Cruiser Wreck lets them get that altar online much sooner. Okay, so we're assuming the Fremen will surround this desert. The the Polar Sink we talked about, it's not a Fremen favored village. If he wanted to aggro even more, it's basically would be straight into Vernius or straight into Carino. Huh. No, I guess, it's a good spot. It's a good spot, but the next, special regions are a bit out of Fremen reach. Polar Sink, I think, would be hard for them to hold. Likewise, Moondu Vale would be hard to hold. Unless you had both of them at the same time, it could bunker up. Maybe Space Cruiser Wreck, and then you're sitting on 4. We'll see. We'll see. There's a lot of free territories, an easy desert surround. We'll see what he could do with it. Landsred popping off in half a day, and then we'll talk about Vernius and Alcash. Let's see what the Landsred has for us. Will we see infrastructure or territorial expansion? We have some trades going out. Vernius and House Carino, non-aggression pact. Atreides and House Carino, non-aggression pact. Carino sorting out their early alliances as quickly as possible. And that does cost them their influence to do, so we see that they're low on votes right now. Infrastructure control does come out, but House Carino is able to Imperium edict it, so everybody gets a bit of infrastructure control. This is actually huge for Vernius. Vernius relies really heavily on building out their districts in their main base, especially with the likes of Bole Gavanti, who allows them to build multiple buildings at the same time in their S-Vault and gains knowledge per each unique district that they form with it. Infrastructure control will be big. It also has deer to the minor houses, so we would expect that to pass. Foreign recruitment is interesting if you were feeling a bit fighty early on. We'll see what the Fremen might think of that. Trial of the Great Houses, and that is opposed by Vernius. Atreides grabbed the foreign recruitment, and infrastructure control does pass. Okay. Atreides are probably the ones who least needed the foreign recruitment. They're not expecting any aggression. Carino is expecting some aggression. We do got six units on the field already. Only 4. I think Carino might have the biggest army. Atreides are actually making more. Carino has a bigger army than the Fremen at the moment. They're expecting some trouble. But it's coming. It's coming. Yeah, we didn't talk about Carino base drop. Where would we drop a base if we were Carino? Your base drops, you want to try to secure special regions, especially critical ones, like something like a White Rift, right? Or 2 or more special regions. But you can't drop here because this is a special. You could drop here. That would actually be pretty interesting. I like that more and more the way I look at it. We talked about it being a bunker. What if it was a bunker and one of the bunkers was an Imperial base? You could drop your Imperial base right here. You could then take these 2 special regions easily. Missile turrets, Imperial base, and all of a sudden this is nigh impregnable. I love that idea. That would be my choice. If I was Carino and I saw the whole map, that's what I would want to do. That would be quite an aggro bunker, right? Atreides would have a lot of incentive to try and burn it down. But there's not great, opportunities. You wouldn't really be able to siege it well because there's a lot of open sand around it. Maybe in the mountains, but and the Atreides are not really a sieging kind of faction. They don't have siege incentives as a technology. It might be the way to go. That would be a very aggro one. You could also drop over to the west here, which would be quite safe. Would give you access to this spice field, make this sandfall much cheaper to annex. Would sort of protect your western flank, but doesn't do you any favors over against the Fremen. If you're running into big trouble with the Fremen, you could just drop it as a very defensive piece. If you drop it right here, it at least protects all of these lands. But this is the one you want, and there's no easy place to drop it to get that. This is going to be annexed, I think, by the Fremen sooner or later. You could kind of drop it here to secure this region and then be able to fight the Fremen. But it's so close to Siege Tabor, then that would just be like a blood feud. I don't know. tough choices. I think my favorite spot is right here, but that's also a very aggro drop. Could catch a lot of hate from the lobby. And we've seen it before. You know, the previous game that we had on the channel was a very aggressive base drop. Oh no, I was not watching. Someone dropped. We had a disconnect and then concedes. Oh no, are we gonna respawn, reload? I assume. Probably something that's chatting out. Someone crashed. Hopefully there was a save. Lobby is a loaded game you are not part of. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, we might be screwed, folks. Oh dear. Maybe you can't join as a spectator in a loaded game. I don't know that that's come up before. Oh no, disaster. Okay, I'm chatting with folks to see what people think of it. I mean, I assume they want to continue their game, but if they continue their game, then we can't cast it. It's a disaster. It's a destruction. Are there any other matches going on? I mean, there's no other matches for the tournament. This was the finals that we were in, so we could maybe just do something different. Ugh, that sucks so much. That is the game, right? Oh, maybe I can get in once it's underway. It's in public right now. Okay, so we can join it once it's underway. All right. Disaster avoided. We're back in. So I guess when they loaded the game, it became a public game. Then we could join in and spectate it from there. We just couldn't jump into the lobby. Whew. I thought we were screwed, but we're back. We're back. We're just waiting for everybody to ready up, and then we should get back online. Okay. Back online. Where was we? We were at Vernius. We wanted to do a little bit of Vernius analysis, and right now Vernius off to a good start because they have the beloved, the much vaunted, the much what's it? What am I looking for? Coveted, the much coveted White Rift. White Rift, so valuable. Pro level games often hinge on who can cook the most daily hegemony, because that really determines who is in the best spot to slide into an end game sort of victory condition. And nothing cooks the hegemony like the White Rift with their plus 100% craft workshop resource production. And indeed, they're even a little cheaper. 40% cheaper construction costs. Won't hurt. All right. I thought we might be back to the old Discord casts. Oh no, don't put that evil on us, Count Chocula. Those were the dark times. So we've got one special here, the best special, dare I say. But other than that, it's looking quite thin for Vernius, for all cash working. We've got this one up here, the Imperial Basin, but I think we're gonna have Atreides eyes on that before long. That looks like Atreides territory to me. They can start snaking to the east. Way to the east is a great volcano, but like we said, that's probably Fremen territory. To the northeast, Observatory Mountain, but unfortunately that's also touching the deep desert, so the Fremen are going to want that as well. You might not have any other specials for Vernius other than this White Rift here, and that's going to be tricky. White Rift is great, but it doesn't stand quite that alone. It basically counts as 2 specials, but Hegemony is going to be real tough for Vernius. They're going to need to pull out some schemes here. If they can maybe get an assassinate on the Fremen, they can do to me if they can do to Cream what they did to me, they'll be able to suck up a lot of this juicy eastern and northeastern territory. But otherwise, they're looking a bit tough here. The only good news is that the Fremen are so far away, there's not going to be any early aggression on them. We expect it to be quite peaceful for Vernius. Atreides is not a notable aggressive faction, and especially if Yvain is not comfortable on them, because he was forced into this as a second pick, he would rather be on Vernius. Let's check out Yvain's Atreides build or startup here. Imperial Basins got special region. We got a shield wall here. Shield wall is one of the worst regions, but hey, it's special at least. And we got the Well of Riches, which is very nice, with a very easily accessible spice after that. 1 spice, 2 spice, 3 spice, easy 3 spice for Atreides, maybe potential 4s. What is Vernius on spice-wise? Currently, probably 3 spice, maybe 4 if they can get over there before the Fremen get that way. We'll see. Fremen doing a bit of pillaging, actually, on their deep desert adjacent territory, so they're not moving for the super fast surround. That at least puts that region out of play for the next 65 days or so, or if not out of play, then very expensive. But back to the Atreides, I think the Atreides are in a pretty decent spot here. They got access to a lot of specials, not great specials, but a lot of them, and quantity has a quality all of its own. And I really think this is a linchpin here. This looks like such a cool spot. If Carino base drops and then it takes these two special regions, right? Or if Atreides gets out here first, they get a whole bunch of like simultaneous peaceful annexes where they're able to grab this territory before other people can get there. This would be really, really tough to break. It's even got its own built-in siege with 2% resource production per special region, which would be perfect for the Atreides because they're gonna have a lot of special regions. I think the Atreides have a really nice spot here. A really nice spot. A little bit of payback for Yvain having to play on his second best. Nothing too crazy from the Fremen yet. Just looks like they're focusing on more northern expansion so far. We got a big old stack of conscripts here because the Carino knows that he's got a Fremen neighbor. I assume he's out pillaging some of these regions. I think the Carino's actually 24 CP. The biggest army is the Atreides, funny enough. Atreides really leaning into that early army, and I think it's probably an overreaction. They're not going to have any sort of early trouble with their neighbors, unless they're the ones that want to start it, and maybe so. You can bully your Vernius neighbors in the early game. They hold a grudge, but there's not a lot they can do about it when they're stuck on the likes of 5 Suboids. 5 Suboids beat basically nothing. Nothing that has any sort of armor class on it, at least. 5 Suboids and a fight engineer. So, yeah, you get bullied early on. But I'm pretty sure they've probably got peace already online. Nope, still war between Atreides and Vernius. Second Landsrad coming up. Landsrad investigation is pointless. I wish they would even just take it out of the deck. It's not a useful thing that anyone ever cares about. Territory contest is actually quite cool. It is a big boost of hegemony if you've got early game special region control. Imperial Missionary is always great, and that's going to go to everybody, courtesy of House Carino's Imperium's Edict. Who would benefit most from a territory contest? 1 special for Atreides, 1 special for the Fremen, 1 special for Vernius, no specials for Carino. Everyone could get a little bit of juice out of it. But it does not. It does not pass, thanks to Vernius. Fremen wanted it to pass. We did get this pass based on minor houses, and everybody opted to get some money. The Fremen have accepted a trade from House Atreides, so the Atreides have sent research and political agreement over to the Fremen. We also have research and political with Carino and Atreides. All right, that Lady Jessica style. Lady Jessica, of course, one of her benefits is Atreides treaties have no authority upkeep. Normally, when you make a treaty with someone, you pay half an authority a day, kind of to keep that treaty online. And losing any authority is a very, very finite resource, especially in this early game when you need every ounce you can get to expand. So Atreides are often able to make a lot of agreements with folks that otherwise wouldn't happen. Research and political agreement up between their northern friends. No, only Vernius and Carino are peaced. And we do see it, some Atreides aggression. You got that big army, put it to work. Vernius saw it coming, was working on a missile battery, has a second missile battery up, but Atreides' army is possibly... Looks like the Atreides are getting scared off by this missile turret. I don't know that they need to be. They might have been struggling for supplies, is possible, but this Vernius army folds like a wet noodle to this Atreides army. 9 armor on troopers, 9 armor on wardens, 3 on heavy weapons, 3 on rangers. A Suboid hits for 8 damage, so if you've got 3 armor, and now it hits for 5 damage. Basically nothing. The Atreides army could have won that easily. So he just, I think he just made an enemy and didn't really get a lot of it. He could have certainly done something down there if he wanted to. Though, admittedly, supplies was getting a little tight, and maybe he didn't have a supply drop ready or have the capability to do so. We see the Carino army focusing a lot on pillaging, and he did see the same thing we saw, right? Big focus here on money for statecraft buildings and research hubs. This fancy little region making 44 plascrete, 54 solari, and 5 knowledge. Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. Up here's making some spice and some water. Here's another good money one, actually able to double build his research hub here because he's got a research station. Not a lot of quirks to lean into that, just the strength of Princess Urulon. Vernius making more Suboids, hasn't deigned to build a drone yet. I guess money looks a little tight. Just about everybody's in the red. Not a ton of spice out and about. The rate is quite bad. Well, slightly bad. It's gonna get a lot better in one day. People could start making some money. Resource-wise, we see big plascrete income for the Fremen and for Carino. And we're starting to get more of a Fremen army up, and they're marching to the northwest. Fremen up to 37 command points, only 30 on Carino. Carino themselves are far in the west, pillaging everything they can get their greedy white hands on. Vernius expanding to the east, but are about to get hit in the west again by Atreides. Going back in. It is a much more solidified defense, though. Double missile turrets are online, and that's going to make things a bit painful. They're going to try and chop down the missile turrets. Vernius was way into the east with their army, so they can't really respond to this. They're backing off. I think the missile turrets, I don't think there's quite enough DPS here to deal with the missile turrets. And again, supply we see is a problem for Yvain. What are we looking for water? Only 10 water on the Atreides. It's actually, supply is the bottleneck here. They can kill the defenses, they could kill the missile turrets, they could kill the Vernius army if it shows up, but they don't have enough water to drink while they do all that. So Atreides have to tuck tail and run home to get a drink. Meanwhile, Fremen look like they have wormed across the desert to cause trouble with Vernius. Far from home, Vernius mostly managed to evacuate. One little Suboid's going to get caught by a whole stack of Fremen. This is not the most efficient use of a Fremen army, but they're coming. They're going to pillage. Looks like they have opted to bully Vernius. A great day to be Vernius when the Atreides are fighting you and the Fremen are fighting you, and the Fremen aren't even anywhere near you. There's like 6 empty regions between you and the Fremen. We do have an allied siege here for the Fremen, though, so they can always come back to the siege to refill their supplies too. The benefits of forward sieges for the Fremen, of course, and they could march through and pillage everything they get their hands on. They do have some favorable trade agreements with the Atreides, so they probably don't want to pillage that stuff, but they could burn down this thing and then start either pillage these or annex these if he's got his eye on the deep desert, maybe. We'll see. What can Vernius do? Vernius is marching way down south. Looks like they're going to pick up maybe the rare elements and then get a spice field online. They could bounce the purple line through the deep desert to do that. Looking good. Atreides have given up on trying to pick on their purple neighbors, though they've got a little bit more water online now. Nobody yet seems to be jumping on the juicy middle territory like I recommended. But it's hard to say what people even see, right? Shared vision. I want to see like. So this is what the Atreides can see. They can't even tell. They don't even know what's going on. All they can see is Vernius. Here's what Carino can see. A bit more scattered out. They see quite a bit of the map. Vernius can mostly just see Atreides territory. Can't really tell what's going on. And then up in Jimbo Slam, I appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. Up in Fremen territory, he just knows that there's a Vernius and he must pick on him. So he's already sort of marched back. He's doing the march around. I'm guessing he's going to grab an annex on this Great Volcano. Great Volcano is a super powerful region for the Fremen because it allows them to have a double ceremonial cave. Ceremonial caves so powerful to get that power boost. Once again, thank you, Jimbo Slam. I appreciate the donation, my man. Keeping the Spice Wars community alive. We're doing what we can. We're doing what we can. A lot of good folks here are doing good stuff to keep the community going. The people who prep and run these tournaments, the other casters and such. I appreciate you guys tuning in to watch with me, but there's other people who are making content and making some good stuff as well. We're having some fun. Having ourselves a good old time with it. 30%... all factions. Everybody gets more authority. Everybody gets more money for pillaging. And at the start of the round, everyone's going to get something for their Chom shares. But nobody's buying any Chom. Atreides have picked up 80 shares. Vernius has picked up 45. And Carino starts with 50, so they haven't even bought any. And nothing on the Fremen. Not a lot of Chomin going on, but as we saw, people, at least are in the green, making some amount of money now. Spice rate's quite good, so we see the sliders all come down as everyone... sells off the stockpiles or minimizes how much they're stockpiling. Let's go back to our no fog here. We got a big old stack of conscripts, but only conscripts. So conscripts, so all those units still only amount to 33 command points. Meanwhile, we're up to 49 on the Fremen. Atreides maxed out at 45, only 18 command points for the Vernius army. Fremen do grab their Great Volcano and are probably going to do a bit of pillaging. Unless they want to grab this as well. Energy sources, you know, every energy source you can get your hands on as Fremen is very valuable. I wouldn't even be that surprised if they also annex this just to have another source of Ceremonial Cave. Ceremonial Cave is very strong in order to boost up the power of your armies. Especially the likes of Fremen who already have a lot of power. Jimbo says, your guides are a great thing. Years down the road when Spice Wars is on some obscure sale, someone will YouTube guides and find your faction guides. Yeah, I still get that. I still get that too. It's also, ooh, we got a little bit of aggression to the west. Atreides, once again, just poking at the sides of Vernius and are once again are going to be fought off by the static defenses. Vernius has invested in automated defenses, always a savvy pickup for Vernius. The unique tech that allows their neural nodes to shoot and allows them 2 free militia. That ought to be enough to dissuade the Atreides. Yeah, the guides are a little out of date. Fremen in the east are coming over to pick on even more Vernius land. Vernius might get pillaged over here or even liberated. The guides are a little out of date, but I think they still play, except for Vernius. My Vernius guide is totally scuppered because they did like a whole rework on how the faction actually plays. But the rest of the guides are close enough. Things have changed and values have changed a bit, but I think the play styles for the most part for folks have really stayed very similar. Vernius abandons this region when they see the writing on the wall and they say, "Screw you, Fremen," and they just abandon it. They're not going to get pillaged. That's pretty funny. Not a great game for Vernius. Not a lot to work with here. The only bright light for them is they've managed to hold off the Atreides army, again mostly because the Atreides are thirsty. But yeah, I was saying I still do get comments and stuff on the old guides and things, and someone will ask an obscure question, or you know, give me a thanks, and it's always fun to see. Some of those are maybe a year old at this point in time, but it's fun. It's fun that they continue to live and help folks out as they make their way to it. Honestly, my number one guide of all time is the how the hell do assassins work. Because it's still so opaque and so unintuitive. How do you assassinate someone? How did I just die? We did have an Imperial base drop up in the northwest, so this was one that I pointed out. It conceivably gives you access to the Well of Riches, although the Atreides got there first, so now Carino's going to have to pry that from their cold green hands. We do have the Carino army marching around doing a pillaging spree through the middle here, so they're not aiming for this bunker themselves. We will see. An interesting drop for the Imperial base. Very safe. It's not going to draw any aggro up there. It does... Yeah, if they're able to lock down the Well of Riches, that's something, at least. That's something. There wasn't a ton of good options, and that's certainly one of the safest of the options. I think the other thing you could have done was maybe just drop it right next to your main base. But again, that doesn't guard any specials. Sacred sites. I'm thinking sacred sites. What a terrible base placement, says Winthrop. I agree. It was a very cautious base placement. It's not really securing a whole lot in the way of the stuff for you, but it's unlikely to get blown up. We'll give them that much. Fremen army has... Where is the Fremen army? Did they all get eaten by a worm? Nope, there they are. They were worming somewhere. Looks like they probably took a worm from the south back up to the middle. They're just on a pillaging parade, burning down whatever they can find out in the world. Gotta back to work. Thank you, Jimbo. We appreciate you showing up, brother. We do have a big old stack, 63 command points for the Fremen right now. So they're... Okay, we got another annex here. They're picking up the specials around the deep desert. And they've been careful not to pillage anymore, so he's got the Desert Surround on his mind. Desert Surround is so powerful. You know, once again, if you're not aware, the Fremen have a special tech, the Heir of Arrakis, saying if you surround all the territories of a desert, you get control of it. If you control a deep desert, you get 20% additional authority production. That alone is huge. 20% more authority is big. And all those villages also get stronger militia. All those villages get 2 additional sets of perks for them. So you know, so this place that was giving you an extra 20% experience for killing military units, if it's a deep desert surround, now it's giving you 60% experience for military units. It's pretty strong, pretty strong. So we often always see Fremen have at least an eye for any deep deserts that they might be able to take all of the terrain surrounding it. Carino not base drop in the middle. I would have base dropped the middle. It's just too juicy to leave alone. But you know, maybe you want to play cautious, I suppose. The trouble is, without access to these middle specials, you've got no specials. You're sitting on Sandfall, and that's it. And they just now picked that up. So I feel like that super cautious drop is kind of just sort of resigning yourself to like a 3rd or 4th place kind of irrelevancy. And now, you know, in Dune Spice Wars, 3rd or 4th place is not irrelevant because crazy shit can happen, of course. And it's very, very common for the number 1 player to get killed and the number 2 player to get ganged up on, kind of thing. So we'll see, but not a ballsy play by any means. A very, very cautious, very cautious. So we'll see what Carino's able to do with a lot of their very empty territory back there. Imperial intelligence comes online, so someone's putting out infiltration cells. 2 guesses of who it might be. Ooh, excuse me as I yawn into the microphone. Hopefully made you all sleepy there too. Yep, there is a Vernius infiltration cell over on an Atreides village. My guess is that's the only one out and about, but there is the one. Otherwise, none of this is too exciting. This gets canceled by the minor houses and 10 votes from Vernius. Atreides were trying to make it pass, but they weren't able to overcome the minor houses. The minor houses are scheming against House Atreides to get them dead in the dark. Worse economic teching, and everybody gets a couple of Landsred guards to play with. We've got a fat stack of Fremen walking around. For now, just pillaging neutral stuff. We've got a fat stack of Carino up here now. A whole bunch of Sardaukar added to these militia, or to the conscripts to really stiffen their resolve. Army-wise, 64 Carino, 63 Fremen, 22 Vernius, 41 Atreides. If the Fremen start getting a little stabby over in the east here, there's not really anything the green or the purple can do about it. But, yep, he's thinking. He's trying to decide what's next. Are there any sieges close by the Esphalt? Not a ton. There's this one here is about their best bet for resupplying. Gunron over in Hulpo at the Old Gap. Everything's got so many names. Looks like the Fremen are headed back east. There's nobody's expanded towards Fremen quite enough for them to justify going to fight him yet. Really not any expansion at all out of Vernius. They're sitting on 458 authority, playing it extremely cautiously. And, you know, I'll run out of supplies there for the Fremen a little bit. They take some damage on that army. Not a lot to work with. You spend too much time being stuffed into your hole. There's not going to be anything left for you to annex when you get out there. Atreides slowly starting to head east. I would like to see maybe some more emphasis on this juicy bunker region, but maybe that's just me. You know how I play. I do better than everyone and then I die. So maybe that's the way not to play. Don't do better than everyone. What have we learned today? Carino army being very cautious, just sitting back at home right now. The full stack hasn't seen any aggression from the Fremen at all. Funny enough, so he's just paying a lot of money in order to these guys just sit at home and play video games when they're supposed to be working. They're all working from home, working hard or hardly working. And he is. Do we see his money? Carino currently spending 132 solari a day on upkeep for the military. It's quite a bit, and you gotta get them out there. They gotta be earning their keep. We've got a little bit of Vernius walked slightly outside their borders, and Atreides said, "No, go away." No, go away. Ay, ay, ay. It's gonna be a tough game. It's gonna be a tough game for Vernius. Honestly, it looks like everyone's so afraid of the Fremen that they're just giving them an awful lot of space. An awful lot of space. Has any of that space turned in any resources? Not really. A slight amount of chom on Vernius and Atreides. Fremen haven't spent anything at all on it. Carino actually sold their chom. The Icarus impression is a good way to get picked on. It's true. It's true. It's my signature play. Flying too close to the sun. A worm is about to eat these Carino forces. Just catches the tail end. Maybe one Sardaukar or one guy. The rest of them sort of scatter. I don't know. You guys are still maybe pushing it a little bit to be marching through the deep desert. There could be another worm strike. There's a slight timer to them. So if a worm strike happens, there won't be another one for I don't know, 10 seconds, 15 seconds. Not a lot. You could have easily been struck again there. We see worms over here. See worms over there looking for trouble. I'm guessing Carino is prepping to go pick on Atreides, and he ought to, because why else would you have dropped that base there? Fremen, pillage in the middle. This juicy double special bunker territory. Everybody just keeps pillaging it. Nobody actually wants to take it for themselves. Vernius has a lot of men, but they're all Suboids. All Suboids, all middle. 13 Suboids, 2 more in the queue. Not a drone to be seen. 15 Suboids only amount to about 34 command points, funny enough. Basically nothing. Yorn napped after my assassination. Well, Yorn, what happened was all cash here on Vernius assassinated me and then bought up all my Chome shares, and he won on a Chome victory. And now we've got a finals lobby where we've got cream on the Fremen, and everybody seems way too afraid to even annex anything slightly near him, so he's having to march far away from base just to pillage about anything he could get his hands on. We do have a thumper, a hidden thumper, meaning he's planning to worm somewhere. Where is he worming? He's headed south. Is he picking on Vernius? Did he see Vernius over here and he wants to stop it? Maybe so. I mean, at this point, picking on Vernius is indeed going to be trouble in Purple Lands. It already was, and it will continue to be. Vernius is stuffed back in their corner, getting picked on by all their neighbors and not capable of fielding any defenses. They opt to sprint out into the deep desert to get away from the Fremen. We'll see how that goes for them. It's a bold move, Cotton. The Landsred guards die from thirst. They won't be the last. We do have a supply drop. I think we did. Or is that somewhere else? No, the supply drop was up north. There is no supplies in the deep desert. Will they make it back home? I think that Suboid's done for. Alright, they've made it back to safe territory. Heavy casualty. Oh, another Suboid dropped right in the border. Didn't quite make it. Water was just here, right here. All you had to make it. Oh dear. Yeah, I mean, Fremen is being given a lot of respect in this lobby. A lot. So he's going about and just pillaging stuff for the most part. He just got nothing else to do with his big army. But we haven't seen anything decisive other than really Vernius being picked on by their neighbors. Serves them right for stabbing me in the back. Imperial Audit comes out. Eye of the Council comes out. Eye of the Council is would be a big pickup for Vernius, but it's looking like Carino and Atreides have the votes. Slight advantage to Atreides if they want to fight for it, but only about 20 more, so could be easily swayed by the minor houses. Tax negotiations for all factions, that'll be nice, gives every little bit of money back in everybody's pocket. Another Tessia Vern, yeah. He's already got at least one cell up on the Atreides. I think this man likes assassinating with his Vernius, which is weird because Vernius got some pretty bad nerfs to their assassination. I don't think they were even particularly good at it. I don't think there's any way for them to have more than 2 infiltration cells on someone, but we'll see. They can still generate a lot of intel, so they can power a lot of assassinations going out. Atreides thinking. Vernius needs an alliance. Carina, political. Yeah, I mean, Vernius needs better territory. Vernius needs the Fremen to leave them alone. Vernius would like the Atreides to be friends. Vernius wants to trade with the Atreides. The Atreides declined Vernius's trade. We're getting some talk back and forth. It looks like Carino wins 550, 560, but an extra 13 votes from the minor houses for House Carino is enough to sway it. Those dastardly minor houses. It's alright, Carino could use all the help they could get too. They are also not in an enviable position. A little extra Landsred standing for House Vernius ain't bad, and everybody does get a bit of a rebate on their taxes this go around. Looks like Fremen are just gonna focus on completing their deep desert surround. A storm rolls in over the Carino lands. Storms are pretty cool looking. I wish storms were maybe a bit longer lasting or were predictable. so that you could plan around them more. Like, I wish you could build like a weather station building or something, and it's like a storm is going to pass through this region in 10 days or something like that. Then you could be like, all right, I'm going to plan my attack for 10 days from now. Then all the turrets will be shut down because there'll be a storm. They won't see my men coming in because there'll be a storm. Indeed, we do have Carino moving in under the cover of the storm, so Atreides won't be able to see them up there. A little bit of diplomacy going down. Vernius and Atreides have found peace in our time. Atreides' army marching up, but they are wildly outmatched by this full stack of Carino right now. And also a little disorganized. Once they see the extent of the danger here, they're going to have to back off. This is a mass of Sardaukars. 2, 4, 6 Sardaukars, 2 flamers, 6 conscript rifles. I mean, this is a fully erect infantry force for House Carino. No chance that Atreides can take this on. No chance. Don't do it, Yvain. Don't do it. Run away. This is a lost cause. There's no chance you beat that. Atreides are on 44 command points. That is a 64 command point army for Carino, and an extra Fremen mercenary on top. But it's okay. There's one more heavy weapons coming for Yvain. Nope, don't do it. Don't do it. Just you just gotta let it go. You gotta let it go. Carino decided that they wanted to screw with you, and there's nothing you could do about this region. Still posturing. We've got the worms headed out west. Going out west where the wind blows tall. Who is that? Tom Waits. Oh, second worm. Cream woke up today and chose violence. And he worms in on the back of the Carino army. He's coming to help his dear friend. Orbital strike goes down from Carino. Fremen are pulling back. Atreides come in. Fremen are going back in. Carino's standing their ground. Getting a little worn down on the Carino side, I think. I think the Fremen are going to be able to clean it up. But there are casualties. And indeed, even the main base is able to pick off some of this backline here. I think they're going to get Carino. Aramsham's running, but he's in deep trouble. He's not. There's not even a way up that rock wall. Everybody is dead, basically. Just 100% casualties on every side. The Fremen army is basically wiped. The Atreides army has lost 60% of their men, and the Carino army was wiped. Oh lord, oh lord. Duncan Idaho, of course, is... Oh, for a minute there he was berserk and just getting nuked. But the orbital army has worn off. The Fremen have wormed Othame and his last 2 friends out of the deep desert, back to safety. Carino's got to be saying, what the hell was that? It was you left Cream alone in the desert for too long, and he got bored, and he wanted to do something. So Atreides called for aid, and the Fremen answered. We do have rebuilds, though, and there is no airfield or anything here, and there's not a follow-up defense from the Fremen. I don't think they want to throw an army away again. In fact, he's standing by this siege, but he's forgotten to ally this siege, so actually all of his men are dying from supplies. Okay, there we go. Now he's allied the siege. Just Othame survives. Othame and his rocket launcher. And we've got some Fremen reinforcements coming back online. Donkey teams coming up. Look at these donkeys with their packs of missiles. Carino expanding a bit to their east now that the Fremen army was wiped, but only briefly. Doesn't take too much for the Fremen to rebuild. Indeed, they're sitting on a massive 41 manpower a day, but Carino's sitting on 58 manpower a day. Indeed, even after rebuilding half a dozen units, they're still near cap. It's a vast quantity of manpower. Carino is also prepared for violence. Atreides on 32, which is normally a pretty average, respectable amount. And the siege behind the Carino base drop is now getting pillaged. And there's not a lot they could do about it because it is under both a missile turret and an Imperial base's main missile turret, so they're gonna get blown the F up. That ought to keep some of the Fremen out of their backfield. But honestly, you'd be mad to be Fremen and rally units here because you'd come out of the siege immediately under the Imperial base's guns. So I still think the Well of Riches is not long for this world. At least not long for Atreides' hands on it. The Fremen reinforcements working on their desert surround still. A lot of neutral territory. Vernius has retaken the one land that they once abandoned to Fremen aggression, but otherwise are not pushing out at all. I guess they spent some authority on something. Maybe they took this flat up here as well. I don't know. But just not a lot of lands. I think, unfortunately, the early aggression and the unfortunate map placement have really rendered Vernius pretty impotent so far. Is there a reason Cream hasn't gotten his desert surround? He's just been lazy. He's just been lazy. He's been doing things like worming to the far side of the map to go fight Carino armies for funsies. It's not like he's had any pressure or anything. Lands are at open. Controlled markets and labor rights could be a double whammy of economic difficulty. People are making decent money though, so I think they ought to be okay. Spice rate's quite good right now, though nobody's even hard selling into it. Who would it hurt the most to lose out on money? I mean, people are sitting on an okay bank, really. Yeah, even though it's an economic hardship Landsrad, I don't think it's gonna be too catastrophic for anybody. Exquisite donkey commentary. If you spend any time around the Spice Wars community, you know that we're serious about our donkeys. Oop, clicked off just as it happened. No controlled markets. Yes, labor rights. Vernius voted up labor rights. Vernius doesn't have an army, so they say F you to everybody else. Vernius still sitting on 30-something command points. Atreides on 30-something. And maxed out for Carino. Yet another storm rolls in over the north. And under cover of storm, the Sardaukar are marching. Storm actually slows you down a lot. Minus 30% speed. And it actually kills you. Minus 5% health if you're losing supplies. And it reduces your armor in the storm as well. So you can see these guys' health is all ticking down just because they're in a storm as well. It's not good for your health to be wandering through an electric sandstorm. Sand lightning storm. But I expect that to now properly change hands. This will be Carino territory henceforth. Dropships dropping in new Sardaukar. Atreides don't have a force that can contend with this. We'll see if he's able to convince Cream to come back. Cream is moving that direction. Oh, here we go. The bunker's coming online. Atreides have finally gotten around to it. Looks like peaceful annexes of both the Polar Sink and the Moondew Vale. Immediately, missile battery, military base. All that's left is to pick up this region as well. Although we've got hidden thumpers going down. Fremen look like they're headed that way. Do they want to pick on Carino again? The hidden thumper is here, so we could thump up to this from this region to that region for free. And there he goes. The worm is on the way. But he's not gonna like this. Nope, he's going again. And Carino once again goes, what the hell? Orbital strike drops down again. Unfortunately, this was a better engagement for the Fremen right off the bat. A lot of the ranged for Carino got picked up early. They're trying to fall back to get the base shooting, and it is. There's already heavy casualties for Carino. If they're able to rebuild, and indeed we do see stuff queued up, the orbital strike is doing big work because there's so many men in this region. They're all just getting blasted by the AoE. Everyone's just running out into the deep desert just to try to get away from the orbital rockets raining down. A couple of wardens died of thirst. Some other troops died of thirst. Fremen are gotta be worming out of here. All you gotta do is go back in right now. Aramsham shows up, and he's still got some Sardaukar, and they come back in. The Fremen have left. The Atreides mostly died in the desert trying to avoid the rockets, but are still running. Still getting rocketed. Okay, the rocket strike ends, and Carino are back on the point. Yeah, we got an awful lot of spice for the Fremen, that's true. They're really not even making that much, because I don't think he hasn't gone into the spice buffing stuff, but he's easy on 5 spice, 1 spice, 2 spice, 3 spice, 4 spice, 5 spice, easy 5 spice. He was taking this one down here, it just got picked off, so he was on 6 spice, but Vernius just took it from him. Carino, with his massive manpower bank, able to easily replenish his army, and I think we'll probably finish that up, though we do have a rebuilt Fremen army for the most part. Donkey Force 5 rallying around the siege here. The Fremen went to trade with House Atreides. Atreides accepted the trade from the Fremen. Are Fremen paying the Atreides, or the Atreides are paying Fremen for security? Is that what's happening? We can't see what the trade is, but there were no... Some trade happened, and there were no, like... the Fremen go in again. Although, they actually get surrounded. Okay. Orbital strike goes down. There's probably too many Fremen here. Atreides come back up. Carino in a slightly better position to retreat to the safety of their base. It's a much better engagement for Carino. And, you know, the reason that you don't fight on the opposite end of the world is because of supply lines, right? Any operations being prepped? I mean, about what you'd expect. We do have an assassination on Atreides prepared by Vernius, so that we got that to look forward to. Fremen are entirely out of thumpers, but still have hidden thumper operations. Carino manages to hold. The Fremen have to leave. The Atreides have to leave, and Carino's going to pick this up. And all of this time, no one has ever taken a space cruiser wreck just next door to Carino. Oh, lordy, lordy. The assassination prepped and waiting. If we take a look at Vernius, we've got an assassin cell over here in Aguahad. And where's assassin cell number 2? All the way up here in the Well of Riches that is getting annexed. It's an unfortunate spot to have an assassination cell. Maybe that's why he hasn't pulled the trigger on it yet. Vernius is prepping an EMP? What are you doing, Vernius? And it is Kater and his closest 18 friends. We have a Suboid army, 36 command points. I don't know what he's doing. It looks like he's like marching forth, but this is not an army that fights Atreides anyhow. Even Atreides are trying. Okay, so Atreides did get a bunch of Lands Red Guards, which are very useful. A big chunk of guards. How did they get so many? Must have popped off the previous Lands Red. So, which means that all these guards might die right now. I wonder if they're all going to time out momentarily here. Trial of the Great Houses, Water Sellers Union, Infrastructure Control. Something beautiful is going on in Purple's lands. We don't know what's going on with Purple. We don't know. Mr. All Cash down here is cooking something special for us. He's 2 spice. 2 spice for Vernius, 2 spice Carino, 5 spice Fremen, 3 for Atreides. Atreides is actually making the most spice due to their, decent harvesters. They've gone all the way up to the Atreides foreman. We've got a pretty well built out knowledge tree for Vernia, so they got that going for them. And they are giving all that knowledge away to both the Atreides, but to everybody. They're not non-aggression with the Fremen. Fremen are at war with everybody but the Atreides, who they are like best friends with. We've got conflict up here, but I gotta think that this is Carino favored. The Carino army is still pretty sauced. Some jockeying back and forth. 48 command. Oh, you know who doesn't like getting left out? Cream and his Fremen. Doesn't want anyone picking on his Atreides friend. But the orbital strike goes down immediately, and the chunky Carino army is chunking. They're trying, and the only way to get out of the orbital strike is to run out into the deep desert, which is like not ideal. And the Carino army is actually winning this 2v1, I think. Though they're starting to run out of supplies themselves is actually their big problem. Maybe not winning. I think all of their melee units are cleaned up. They're just down. Can their conscripts and flamers clean this up with the help of a couple of orbital missiles? Yes, they can. Looks like Carino holds, and we have the assassination fired off. Vernius got tired of waiting for something to happen up here. Unfortunately for them, as soon as this annex finishes, by launching the assassin... What? We actually have a base dive. Holy moly. Holy moly. It was the Suboids with Kater base dive. EMP goes down, defense breaches go down, and Suboids do their level best to try to DPS the base. My god, they got far on it. If he had brought another... I think he went in with only like 40 command points there. If he had gone in with a full 65, that might have done it. And the assassination fires off. But again, the trouble is, as soon as this gets annexed fully, they're going to lose the infiltration cell, and there will only be the infiltration cell on this one, which will be the easiest one to find. So I do not expect this infiltration to finish. We also have some rebels liberating an Atreides village on the front lines. Atreides' time goes bad to worse. The Fremen and Atreides are continuing to trade things with each other. We don't know what that is. Could be money, could be influence, could be plascrete, could be stuff. It is a hidden knowledge that Suboids all stacked together can do decent base damage. A base has 10 armor. You hit it with where's the operations? Has anyone got one prepped right now? You hit it with the defense breaches and it loses 3 armor to the main base, and it takes 50% more damage. So the main base armor drops down to 7, so the Suboids still don't hit that hard. They're only 8 power currently. But they attack super fast. So if you're able to buff them up at all, they're able to, they have the max attack speed, 10 attack speed I think is like the highest in the game. But yeah, I mean, we saw some pretty solid defense here. We didn't get a chance to see how long they were hacking at it, because obviously the Atreides were busy up north, so maybe they had a decent amount of time beating on the base, but that's pretty respectable. Burned through about 50% of it. Suboids can get dismantling tools. Oh, that's interesting. If we check the army for Suboids, ignore half of mechanical unit and building armor. Ah, there you go. And so you ignore half of the armor, then you get a little bit further along there. Nice, nice. So that's the tech. Atreides have rebuilt and are going in. Carino has not rebuilt yet. He's about to have a wave of conscripts land, though. Unfortunately, the Atreides have not been able to rebuild their army as quickly, as effectively as the Carino have. Carino's sitting on 64 daily manpower, capped out at 600. And the Atreides would have just realized they're being assassinated. Assassination attempt detected. How is this thing not completed by now? It's ever so slowly being annexed. Like the slowest annex in the history of the world. For like 3 months now, people have been trying to annex that region. In comes the Vernius assassin to reset the progression factor. At the current rate, Atreides will be dead in 10 days. It should be a fairly easy find for him. If he searches here, it checks this region, this region, this region, this region, and that region. And then he just needs to clear that cell. That gets annexed, so there's really only the single cell on the Atreides. Though it's getting quite progressed, it's moving quickly. He really needs to be able to stop this. Will the Suboid swarm, oh my god, he's making drones. Will the Suboid swarm with some drone backup be able to jump in here and disrupt this? He's headed over here. Does he know it's here yet or not? Suspicious activity. Maybe he hasn't gotten the search here yet. Oh, he must have done his first cell search to the east. That's unfortunate. He didn't catch this one to the west. This still needs to get cell searched. Does he have this searched yet or not? Yeah, okay, so he's got it searched. He just needs to move someone in here. He needs to abandon it, actually. We're in the final hours here. 75 of the way done. You need to abandon this right away, my man, Yvain. You can abandon it and then take it back. Or get it searched, but I think you're gonna get another assassin coming in. It's looking a little grim, actually, because this assassination is quite progressed. The assassin does get in. The current rate, the assassination will complete in 10 days. It's getting searched. We'll see what it says. It's gonna be on a knife's edge here, actually, because 80 is pretty progressed. He's gonna have the last cell removed within about a day. He only has 2 on counterintelligence. We've got an Imperium summit up. Will the Atreides be able to convince anyone to keep them alive? We shall see. Sale incentive. I don't know that anyone's bought any chom. I guess we haven't been looking. A little bit on the Atreides, but not really. Not really any chom around. Let's see. Can the Atreides convince... Well, I mean, I guess Vernius doesn't have any votes. They must have worked a betrayal into their base attack there for extra damage. So as a betrayer, they don't have any votes anymore. So we might see the Imperial Summit be able to cancel it. It would be way more fun if the Atreides died. That was certainly what I want to have happen. We still see a lot of people talking. The Fremen spoke with House Atreides and made a trade, and then the Fremen cast all their votes quite quickly. Carino's cast their votes, Vernius has cast their votes. I gotta think the Atreides will be able to cancel it. Oh my goodness, it's a knife's edge. Opposed by Vernius and Carino, but assassinations are canceled by 6 votes. Oh, wow. Sale incentive on the Atreides by their good friends, the Fremen. So Atreides is not assassinated. Dang shame. Dang shame. Would have been fun. This siege is actually getting pillaged by a frontal vanguard of Carino forces. The Fremen have not completed their surround. They need to get this last region here. But they're marching north. And we've actually got a renegade base sending out renegade armies all over the place. Burning down Carino lands, marching for Atreides lands. Look at these renegade forces. Renegade, demolition renegades, renegade ships, renegade drones. Nice. Nice. That was sad. That would have been really exciting if Atreides died, but I guess it's fine. This is actually good because it keeps the cell. Indeed, the cell is still there. The renegades are starting to hit the Atreides lands, just pillaging. But nobody likes to be pillaged. We do have finally the Atreides taken this once, and we do have a nice bunker here. You do need some militia to defend this bunker, though. All the missile turrets in the world don't do anything if you don't have militia to hold the line for like a little bit. Atreides are meeting them in the desert to fight against that renegade incursion. Fremen expand up north, finally get their greedy hands on the space wreck. Plus 13 daily for Carino. Nobody doing any hedge cooking. And it's because valuable trinkets were obfuscated. When did that happen? I didn't even see it, but at some point in time, Vernius said, screw you guys. You really hate to be sitting on White Rift and be forced to obfuscate valuable trinkets. It's a tough pill to swallow, but he's a man of decisive action, all cash, so he's done it. We are in for the long haul. Valuable trinkets obfuscated for everybody. And indeed, everybody had it in Wonders of the Desert, so it might have been cooking for a little while. Where can I look at, like, game summary, maybe? How do I look at how much hedge someone had from different sources? Okay, so Fremen managed 113 hedge from craft workshops. Carino made 480 from craft workshops. Vernius never made any, and Atreides made 750 from craft workshops. So not a ton. Pretty early on, Vernius saw the craft writing on the wall and nipped it in the bud. Look at this aggressive eastern peaceful annex from the Atreides. And then we've got a big Fremen force right above them. I gotta think our peace and friendship between the Fremen and the Atreides is not long for this world. Folks gotta be careful though, because special region control is not quite as valuable as it once was. I mean, it's still good, but it's not being able to craft shop off of it. Oh Lord, it means it's gonna be a long game. I'm getting tired, I'm getting sleepy. We've been at this for a while. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours, and we're gonna be here for another 3 hours at this rate. Resources, folks are looking okay on money. Nobody, I mean, actually, everyone's looking quite poor. To be in month 7 and the richest person's making like 300. That's not much. And even the spice rate's really good. Nobody's making any money. The Fremen have all the spice teams on the map, and they're really inefficient with their spice gain, because they still haven't gone through anything on the left side of the tree. Tech-wise, it's mostly red. A lot of blue tech actually for the Fremen. Nefarious contacts picked up. Stealth gear picked up. Are the Fremen thinking about assassinating someone? We do have defense breaches prepped again for Vernius. What could it mean? What could it mean? Although this is a much more conventional army. We've got lots of fighting mechs and railguns, just a handful of Suboids and fight engineers. We've got the 3 armies in the east. Everyone's just sort of grabbing up territory where they can. Nobody's... Oh, we got a worm, but it didn't catch everybody. It wormed out without the whole force. And now he's not quite so certain. Nope, he's certain. He wants to fight. Doesn't want to fight. He's running away. We got a scan goes down. We are fighting. He doesn't want to fight. Orbital strike goes down now. He doesn't want to fight. A lot of jockeying for position. The reinforcements finally catch up and they run way past where they're supposed to be, and they get pulled out. A Liberate goes down and a couple of raiders come out of the local siege to help. It looks like the Fremen have maybe finally established the lines that they want, but the huge elite conscript riflemen, and I say elite because they're all maxed out on XP, are actually dropping bombs on this Fremen front line here. Boom, boom, boom. Can they trade with the donkeys appropriately? Looks like the donkeys are getting the worst end of it. I think the conscripts are going to clean it up. Gear Regs comes out. Vernius sitting on the most votes by a long shot. House Carino now at 0 votes. Has there been more backstabbing? What is going on in this game? Where can I see faction status? House Carino is a Landsrad pariah. They're full-on pariah? Not just a betrayer? I don't think that's a betrayer vote. Did they... Nobody got nuked, right? I'm confused. Carino Landsrad standing is at 83, which is full-on pariah tier. What did they do to get 83 standing? Did we miss something, folks? Did they, like, attack... They like betray a treaty twice? Or is it just a super betrayal negative from the Atreides? A faction betraying a truce with the Atreides loses 50 more Landsrad standing. Maybe they just betrayed the Atreides and suffered more for it than they expected to? Because it's real bad being a pariah, folks. Real bad. And the conscript riflemen live, but they're going to get chased off. They don't have quite enough sauce to finish off. And donkey reinforcements arrive for the Fremen. Weird game. Vernius pushes in the south. They've actually managed to get themselves about a full stack here. 64 command points with real units in it. And are now going in on the Atreides, who are a bit under strength at the moment, waiting for their 2 support drones to arrive. Missile turret going up on the border to try and help out with it, but they might finish up this annex. It's moving along pretty quickly here. Do we have an airfield? Where are your support drones at? Heavy weapons to the west. Atreides want to fight it. Got an assassin coming in to stab probably a warden. Nope, he gets spotted and gunned down. Atreides trying to get their whole army together. 2 support drones, 2 heavy weapons guys need to merge with the rest of the troops. Plenty of battle up top. We got a resupply of Sardaukar for Carino, and he goes back in on the Fremen. They're battling up there. Atreides move in down south, straight in on the Vernius army. It's hard to say. It's a messy fight. The lines are very mixed, but I think most of the good drones... Yep, Vernius calls it off. Vernius teleports out. Most of the good drones looks like they managed to get picked off, and then would have been cleanup work for Atreides there, who traded pretty well into that. Not too terrible. 4 Suboids in production. That man loves his Suboids. Fremen managed to fight off Carino still, are still trying to liberate ever so slowly this Carino territory. Reinforcements coming out of the siege right near the front line, so they're getting a lot done. Infiltration cell in this village from Fremen, so the Fremen are starting to, an infiltration cell there. Infiltration cells set up on Carino from the Fremen, so we could see some more assassination work in the future. Fremen Liberation Force gets cleared off finally, and Carino manages to fall back. Everybody's just sort of fighting and not getting a whole lot. Did the Fremen altar get destroyed? It was up north. It must have gone down to that blob of conscripts, right? Because we don't see him anywhere. I must have lost him. That could be a bit rough. Fremen they're making 2 a day thanks to their spaceship space wreck, But they're even at 2 a day. They're only sitting at about 50 parts, so they need another month or so, at best, a little more than a month, to get enough parts to rebuild their altar. So that is a bit of a loss for them. Atreides just sort of annexing territory. Fremen at 20k, 20.9. Who's making a lot of authority? 11 authority daily. Everybody's sitting on big old authority banks at the moment. Vernius needs to start annexing some of this empty territory just before other people do. We're in that time of the map where everyone's just trying to grab as much space as possible. We do still see Arrakeen here sitting at just over 50%, which is a vulnerability to be sure. And we do see a heavy Suboid force. Honestly, you could probably sacrifice, like, suicide rush your Suboids in 2 or 3 more times, and maybe burn down Arrakeen. Or, yeah, I don't know. Was mostly war across the land, only peace between Fremen and Atreides and Carino and Vernius, so just the cross-map parties are friendly. Otherwise, everybody is at war with their close neighbors. Vernius folks just hanging out there. Some more renegades setting up in the back lines. We still don't have a deep desert surround yet by Fremen. I don't know what's taking so long for this. I guess he doesn't want a deep desert. He could do it now. Fremen fortifying their front lines. They've had quite enough of this purple menace. Carino army sitting at the base. Yeah, no. Oh yeah, there was a bit of a damage on the Imperial base up here. We missed that. You're right. Thank you for pointing that out. I don't know what happened. Fully health, they're at 30k, so he lost about 7k to something. Could have been a Fremen just worming right on top of it. And indeed, in this sort of end game scenario where nobody's got craft workshops, there is sort of an attritional warfare aspect that can be useful. You know, the Fremen build a full stack, and they can worm right up to the Imperial base and attack it. You know, you do that 2 or 3 times, you might be able to burn it down. Though he does have he's Carino, so he's got a backup base, but losing one base is pretty bad. Oh, Landsrat attack. You're right. You're totally right, Jacula. That's what it was. It was not Fremen. We missed a Landsrat attack, which is to be expected. House Carino only just recently, only at the start of this Landsrat, has pulled out of pariah status. Pariah status at 99 or lower. Yeah. So if you're in pariah, the Landsrat will actually send armies of neutral units to attack your base, and can do decent damage to it. We see we took a quarter of it off. But he has managed to get back. He's managed to get his way up to low standing, so that'll at least stop the attacks. He's gonna just not be able to buy any chom and suffer some worse influence production. Nobody has any charters. Speaker of the Council is up, and it looks like Atreides to lose, although Vernius and Carino could outvote them if they could decide who to outvote them for. Hey commentators, you got your comfy blankets and hot cocoa? Cream is acknowledging that we're gonna be here a while. I got things to do. I got a birthday party to get to, folks. Speaker of the Council goes the way of the Atreides. Charter priority does not pass, and -1 spice exchange for the Fremen, courtesy of Carino votes. How did they get such a bad standing? I don't know. They must have tried to betray the Atreides, or accidentally betrayed the Atreides, or intentionally. I bet it was they probably did something in the Well of Riches. I bet the Atreides pieced them out with Jessica, which we couldn't quite see, and then I bet immediately they betrayed that in order to take it. not quite realizing, and maybe that even happened twice, who knew? Who knows? But with Lady Jessica, a betrayal costs an additional 50 Landsrad standing. I think the baseline is like 125 or 150, so you lose like maybe like 200 standing if you betray the Atreides. And if you did that twice, it would be enough to tank you, or even once would be enough if your Landsrad wasn't that high. Atreides at 355 Landsrad standing, House Vernius at 200 because they also betrayed the Atreides at one point. A lot of betrayal. A lot of betrayal. But the Atreides not dead yet. They managed to not get assassinated. They managed to not get base sniped. They're sitting on a nice juicy bunker in the middle, but not a lot of other territory they could take without full-scale war into people. Is anybody choming? Atreides a little bit. Have bought up to 17%. Fremen have bought up to 10%. Still no spice tech for the Fremen. I bet if they had known that they were going to sit on 5 or 6 spice the whole game, they might have put a little more emphasis on it, but it's hard to know how much spice you've got available to you in the early game when you're setting out your tech priorities. Corrino betrayed Atreides 2 times, we think. They didn't have betrayal buffs, so it happened in the past. Faction status. I mean, we see them at low standing, but we don't see them with any betrayer buffs, so when they were betraying them, you know, your betrayal debuff falls off after 30 days or something, so we missed it. I'm guessing it was happening during this in the West, right? Remember we were talking about how this Well of Riches was like the longest cap in the world? I bet, and it's hard to tell from our third-party standpoint. We do got some conflict up there. I bet the Atreides forced peace on them with Jessica, and then Whaler betrayed the peace in order to continue his cap. And if that happened twice, even if it happened once, it hurts. If it happens twice, that's probably puts you into the pariah pits. Corrino attacking Fremen in the north. It does look like... Oh, Lord. Backstab. Backstab. We've got another Stealth Force 5 of Suboid soldiers on Arrakeen. Are the Atreides going to get here in time? No, they're way out of position. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. They're running out of supplies, actually. Supplies might kill the army before the defenders do. Although we do see maybe a supply drop. Oh, my goodness. They're still smacking. Atreides are only now seeing it, and there's no forward airbase for them to work with. I don't think there is a supply drop. I think they're all dying to supplies. Oh, my God. If they had a supply drop, they would have probably had this kill. Everybody's dying from lack of thirst. Atreides base on 3k health out of 40k total. Oh my God. And the Atreides just trundling through the desert, trying desperately to get back home. Fremen finally engaging up top. Looks like the Corrino force got mauled kind of badly there, and the Fremen force looks pretty healthy. Atreides make it home, find a blown up base and a lot of dead bodies. Thankfully, nobody thought to bring any water along with the Vernius army. The Vernius not really used to having to supply armies. Drones, of course, famously light on water requirements. Atreides' lack of air bases is crazy. Yeah, I mean, so they were way in the east here. Nothing here, nothing there. Nothing. There was one in the polar sink. But yeah, he was just caught in like a dead zone of no air bases, so he couldn't get to anything fast enough to go home. If we had a supply drop, they'd be dead. That's pretty wild. It looks like the border skirmishes up north were largely inconsequential, though I don't see any Corrino. Oh, Corrino army's way in the west. What are you doing over there, Corrino? How did you even get there? Are they coming to kill the Atreides? I gotta think there's blood in the water. And Corrino says, yeah, we could finish them off. Atreides wants to trade with Vernius. Vernius accepted peace with the Atreides. Oh dear. Vernius has low standing. Did they actually... Okay, we got combat between Atreides and Corrino here. We'll check Vernius' standing in a minute. Atreides look Atreides got a good force here, and I think they can trade well into this Carino army. We'll see. Duncan on the front line going berserk, and he's the third Duncan, so he's quite powerful. Upon death, all future Duncans gain +3 power, plus 150 health. Gains a stack of heroism, and he's got 3 stacks of heroism. Unless I'm looking at the wrong buff. Duncan's last stand. Duncan's is going ham on this army, and then there's some range units chopping them up. Looks like Atreides managed to defend their lands, if not their base, very well. Lands are at standing. Vernius did not betray there. Looks like they're low, but they were only at like 200 something before. They only lost like 30 or something, so it wasn't a betrayal. They must have broken a truce and then marched in. Fremen just chilling in their lands for now. Vernius actually looks like they're expanding eastward. Has one Gola Wisdom. Is that what it's called? Gola Wisdom. Oh, okay, yeah. The heroism is something else. Gola Wisdom. +3 power, plus 150 health. Only 1 death on Duncan. You gotta get that Duncan killed. Those are rookie numbers. Gotta pump those up. Speaker of the Council, the Atreides, are choosing the agenda. Atreides could push for governorship with all of these people deep in the pits of the Landsred standing. There's not a lot of people that can contest him if he just juices up the influence a bit. However, Spacing Guild resources, 5% health recovered per day. I gotta think though, Carino and Vernius can deny this if they wanted to. Spacing Guild resources is exactly what Atreides needs. He's speaking to the Fremen. Will the Fremen help him out? Atreides can muster about 500 votes. The Fremen can add 200. Carino and Vernius are what? 350 plus 350, about 700. Ooh, it's very close. Even if they're able to split it, we'll see what the minor houses think of Atreides. Diplomatic Congress comes online, so we also have a smuggler bounty on the Atreides to maybe skew people's opinions one way or the other. It would break the game wide open if we had a dead Atreides. Atreides speaks to the Fremen. Carino speaks to Atreides. People are jockeying for position. Just Carino so far has not committed their votes. Carino speaks to Vernius. They're talking. They're thinking. They're not entirely sure. Carino needs some convincing before he spends all his votes. Vernius speaks to Carino. Yeah, I mean, you got to think that if Spacing Guild does not pass, then it is a dead Atreides. If it does pass, it's going to heal them up. It's going to be 20 days of 5% health. That is all you need. 100% right there. That's just math, folks. Vernius, there's a lot of talking, a lot of backroom politicking going on as people message each other trying to figure out what's the what for this vote. We'll see. And even if Fremen put all their votes and Atreides put all their votes on it, if Carino and Vernius put all their votes on it, it's going to be terribly close. Like minor houses could still sway it. Time's ticking down. 3 minutes left. This is why we've got the long timers, in case something really sweaty and impactful comes up. Let's see. I'm excited. I'm guessing it's going to pass. I think it will pass, but I would be excited if it did not pass. I want it not to pass. Vernius and Carino continue to... We can't see what they say. We could just see that they're sending private messages to each other. So there's a lot of chatter going back and forth. People are breaking out calculators. They're doing math to see how the votes line up. Hopefully someone's, making phone calls to the minor houses, trying to whip some votes. Is that a Hark stink? No, it's an Imperial Edict on it, so everybody will get it if it goes through. It's also dear to minor houses, and then it's a smuggler bounty over on the Diplomatic Congress. And Judge of the Council is up if anyone cares about that. There's a lot of juicy options here. All right, guys, let's go. How long does the mental math take? Vernius and Carino continuing to chat. If this does pass, there's still maybe a window where you could attack them, but plus 10 armor is an outrageous amount. It does pass. Carino votes for Atreides. Nobody votes to oppose it. Vernius and Fremen give diplomatic Congress truces for the Atreides. Interesting. Okay. I don't know why Vernius didn't try to get vote against the Atreides there. Vernius trying to scoop up some terrain, some territory, somewhere on the map, and Fremen said, nope. We'll see how well the Vernius army can hold, but they look a little under strength to me. Yep, 58 versus 65. I think it's a bad engagement. I think the Fremen are going to clean them up. We've got a nice surround. Off goes the Vernius flagship, teleporting everyone to safety. A bit late, maybe. You dropped 10, 15 command points. No appreciable damage done to the Fremen. They lost maybe a Fedaykin. And they do have the altar coming back online now. So flagship for the Fremen coming back up. Arrakeen here we can see ticking upwards. 10.7, 10.8, 10.9. It is healing. The Fremen will live to fight another day. Think they need Atreides to deal with Carino. Yeah, nobody felt quite comfortable enough to get rid of Atreides all the way there. Although I feel like Vernius has been working on it for so long, why wouldn't they at least try to make it happen? I don't know. We did see a lot of chatter between Vernius and Carino, so... Did Vernius do votes on anything in there? Vernius voted for the Atreides to have truces with all factions. Maybe they just wanted the money? I don't know. Fremen just wanted the money for it? Strange. I certainly would have voted to kill someone just because that would be fun. We actually see the Atreides in the lead on hegemony right now. We got some skirmishes up north between a very small Carino force. Did Carino get wiped? Indeed, it looks like they did. Carino's got virtually no army and choosing to take their no army and aggress on the Fremen with it. Orbital strikes coming down. The Fremen are slowly making their way up north. Vernius making their way east. Atreides also looks like they're just grabbing some territory here. Diplomatically, we've got non-aggression between Atreides and the Fremen. Non-aggression between Carino and Atreides. Atreides is at peace with everybody because that one thing passed. Carino and Vernius at peace as well. So Fremen at war with everybody, basically. Just put it that way. Yeah, real strange. I would have loved to know what people were saying or what was happening. Because, you know, for Fremen locked in their votes fairly early, and they would have locked it in for diplomatic Congress. So it would have been very easy if Carino and Vernius wanted to oppose. Who knows? Maybe Carino wanted to vote oppose and they misclicked. It wouldn't be the first time that that's happened. I am surprised that Carino or Atreides got away with it though. Carino coming in again, but they're about to get just stomped by the fully erect Fremen army. Assassination kicks off from Vernius on Fremen. And we've got Atreides annexing territory, peaceful annexing territory. Excuse me. Atreides peacefully annexing territory in the back of Vernius lands. That's not ideal for Vernius. Where are these infiltration cells? One right here on this spice field, and another down here in Yeehaw, the Great Volcano. That is, first of all, you never want to put your assassination cells one space apart, right? If he manages to luckily search this one cell here, it would reveal both these at the same time. You want to have them spaced out at least with 2 gaps in between. So if he searches here, it doesn't get both your cells. If he searches here, it doesn't get both your cells, right? You want a bit more space between them. A lucky search from Cream would catch them all, but he does not yet know that he's being assassinated. Indeed, he's fighting all over the place. Atreides pushing in on the middle here. Carino still attacking up top, hitting some of his own men with rocket strikes. It's going quite badly for Carino. I think that the missile turrets and the heavy militia might manage to fight off the Sardaukar. Actually, the missile turrets are taking some attrition just from the orbital striking. We'll see. We'll see. Down in midways, Atreides still working on the militia as the Fremen army have arrived. These are pretty evenly matched armies, but the Atreides are already down a unit or so. Ceasefire goes down and Atreides retreat. Now the thing is, if Carino had just followed them, they could have still chopped him up, I think. The ceasefire is only active in this particular region. If Atreides retreat, Fremen could just chase. However, we've got yet another wave, the man tide of Carino forces again, moving in on the space wreck. Lordy, lordy, lordy. House Carino has I guess House Carino would actually jump into the lead if they were able to take the space wreck. And they're the only ones with any daily hegemony at plus 13. Plus 13, not a lot. It basically means every 2 months it's equivalent to annexing 1 additional, non-special territory. However, they are still struggling just to defeat the militia here. They might finally have it after they've orbital struck down all of the missile turrets up here. Carino have warmed up, and we got a storm coming in as well. It looks like there's actually a ridge of mountain... excuse me. Looks like there's a ridge of mountains here that are preventing the Fremen worm from actually getting up to where it's supposed to go. That's always really annoying when you're Fremen and there's just like a random rocky ridge preventing your worms from taking you where you want to be. House Atreides have made their way up into very high Landsred standing. Minus 15% Chom share buying price. And indeed, we do see some Chomen from Atreides, up to 29%. Resource-wise, they're making a little bit of bucks. Carino sitting on a 30k bank. And that is because Carino cannot Chom. Not effectively, at least. When you are in low Landsred standing, which they are still pretty deep in the pits, as we would say, you get 100% more buying price. So it's twice as expensive to buy shares. So they're just banking it all. Portfolio scrutiny actually comes out. I guess nobody wants the Atreides hitting their 30%, but that's not going to be particularly impactful. However, actually, just selling off all of your shares for hegemony would be a good thing for the Atreides at this point. Probably. It would put you ahead of your rivals a bit. It does not pass. Heavily oppressed by Vernius and Carino. Atreides easily grab Water Sellers Union, and labor rights fails because Vernius doesn't like paying, or Fremen don't like paying their bills. Fremen army chases off the Carino rabble. Atreides pushing in again on the western front of Fremen lands. And Vernius finally manages to get an annex off on this fuel territory, and are probably going to look at picking on Fremen as well. Assassination is detected now, so Fremen knows that there's trouble. There's a thumper goes down as Vernius Carino tries to catch the Fremen army out in the desert. But I think there's enough. You're safe from worms if you're even close to rock walls, and they're really going right from rock wall right onto hard stone. So I think this army's fine, even with the thumper. We have a pause in the game. Ay, 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 ay. Fremen up to 26k on the hedge tracker. There is still one unannexed territory way down south that has a renegade base on it. Just a normal territory, not a special. 2 in the middle, also a renegade base getting on it. Spice tax in 7 days. That's going to push the Fremen up to 27 something. Still a ways away. Vernius coming in to attack the territory that they have a cell on. Will Carino, or will the Fremen succumb to the same thing that I did? A cheeky Vernius assassination attempt. First cell search is up. And it looks like it's hard to, I guess it's hard for us to say where he used it. Suspicious activity. Oh no. So he used it right here. So he could search this cell. So he doesn't have this one identified yet. Suspicious activity. Oh no, he got it. He popped it in the desert. He popped it in the desert, and that scans every region around the desert. Because he has control of the deep desert, he can do it. So he abandons that one, correctly identifying that is a cell. He has to search other things to know for sure, but he does know that there is suspicious activity in something else around the desert. This is getting annexed over here. Only 2 on counter intel, but the progression factor is a tad low. Random. Oh, no, this is getting pillaged, and that's good. Vernius wants to trade with the Fremen. Is Vernius trading it? Fremen declined a trade. You can trade a cancel assassination attempt, which is interesting. I wonder if they did that or not. Fremen actually, with a stealth unit, scanning the other territory, so they're going to find out where it is. So Cream is on it. Yeah, one of the benefits of the deep desert, right? You can utilize the deep desert to do a cell search and search a vast array of territory. Credit to Cream, he manages to pick just the right spot, gets rid of the cell, cancels the assassination attempt. He is, however, he's got trouble on his doorstep, right? Atreides have taken the observatory mountain away from the Fremen. Fremen have lost 2 territories to Vernius invasions. And looks like Carino maybe, possibly, not much of an army there. I think they're about to get cleaned up again, but maybe Carino's getting that. Why is it taking so long for this Carino army to get rebuilt? I feel like there's just so many guys in the queue, and they just never quite have a full stack here for this fight. In come the Fremen again to clean them off. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? Atreides up to 27. I think Spice just ticked over. Yep, 23 days for the next Spice. But 27 is perilously close. Vernius coming down to clean up this Atreides base in their back line. There is an airfield on it. There is an airfield on it. Atreides a little busy in the front trying to keep raiders from liberating their territory. Otherwise need to get thee to an airfield in order to try to fight Vernius. Carino and Fremen armies both going home. Vernius have cleaned up the militia and are opting for a liberate. Not an annex. Vernius refuses to annex any territory, ever. Fremen have accepted a trade from House Carino. Imperial Mandate and Non-Aggression Pact. Indeed, I think the Grand Alliance is about to turn on the Atreides, because why should this game ever end? Closing in on month 10 of gameplay. Atreides managed to get down here before their airfield goes down. And the airfield is down now, but the Atreides army has landed. Typically, the Atreides, I think, punch real well into Vernius, and it looks like it's going okay. We've got maybe some fight engineers. No, we weren't seeing good healing on the Vernius force, and they end up losing quite badly there. Katea's got to pull back. Atreides hold their territory. No losses there. The only guy that died got saved by a support drone, so they got to pop him out and heal him. But otherwise, the Atreides looking good. Maybe not so good. We've got invasion from the north, from Corino, who want to get their hand on the shield wall. Shield wall will be a big pickup. It's another special region. Would immediately swing Corino into the driver's seat on hegemony. From an army marching west, I imagine. Nope, they are worming. I was gonna say, I imagine they want to take the observatory mount. Okay, yeah, it was just a circuitous route for the old worm there. Atreides trying to get this airfield back up. It got destroyed just as they flew in, so now their army is trapped deep behind Vernius lines. And that is proven to be a little awkward as their empire is being rampaged through with Corino and Fremen armies. Another day left on the airfield construction before they can go anywhere. Vernius poking a little bit at the front lines of the Atreides. Annex on the Fremen, taking back their territory. A liberate and an annex going down on the Atreides up north. It's a bit of a tired Corino force, though. I guess they're at 63 CP. No Aram Sham yet. They're very low on supplies, which is what makes me worried for them. They do have a supply drop ready. Okay, they're working on an interdiction zone to prevent flying in, and they do have an orbital strike ready. Atreides do have a ceasefire packed up. No Thurfer, right? Yeah, Thurfer would allow you to speed along the construction of stuff, but no speeding here. We're waiting the full construction duration here. Almost done. Landsrad is online. Eye of the Council is up. Imperial Intelligence is up, and Landsrad witnesses. Atreides would love Landsrad witnesses. Extra guards are worth their weight in gold when you're on the defensive. This is going to be a month 30 governor victory. As long as everyone keeps paying their spice tax, it should end in like 5 or 6 more months. Worst case scenario. Ay. We'll see. We're going the distance, folks. We're going deep into the Chome, into the deserts of Arrakis. We're gonna get all up in that spice. See what people think. I don't know. We don't have any assassinations prepared or anything. There's probably still some cells lingering here or there around the map. Defense breaches in the pocket still of Vernius, but we do have a fully healed up Arrakeen. And it doesn't look like the lobby quite has a stomach for a kill. More, they're interested in pulling special regions off of the corpse of the Atreides. But there is a fully sauced Atreides army, so I would think they'll cede this one to the Fremen in the east, but they should be able to beat this Corino army in the west. No, I mean, I guess they got their main base airfield right here, so they could fly in quite close. Low on supplies, a little spread out. Without a hero, I think they might be in a bit of trouble. I think the Atreides could take that fight, but we'll see. Also, some Landsrad guards would definitely turn the fight into the Atreides' favor. We'll see. Atreides do have political entente. If another faction betrays a truce, they receive 4 free Landsrad guards. That's always fun. Though I don't think any betrayal necessary. I think everything was properly broken. Landsrad guards do pass. Extra agents, Eye of the Council for Vernius, and cannot be targeted by infiltration cells for all factions. Looks like Vernius is jumping back on the Atreides, maybe to keep him busy. This is a 5-head play here. 4D chess going on. If Vernius are sacrificing their units just to keep the Atreides in combat so they can't fly away, Atreides forced to cease fire so they get out of combat so they can get back into their shuttles. Wow, was that actually mega smart Vernius play? Maybe so. Maybe so. Atreides have chomed up to 40%. The double threat. Oh lord. And the Atreides army has arrived, fully armed and operational, leading the way into the Corino force. But the Fremen have wormed in as well. the airstrike comes down. Once again, the battle of three armies up north. It's hard to... Looks like the Fremen are currently battling Carino. Fremen aren't entirely sure who they're battling. I think they killed a couple Carino guys and then said, oh shit, and started to run away. Because this is a very erect Atreides force with a bunch of Landsraad guards in it. Even with the airstrikes coming down on them, the Atreides look super sauced. Vernius not able to do anything else right now. Fremen still annexing over here, and we don't have an airfield for the Atreides to quickly get there. So I think they are going to lose Observatory Mountain. But the Chom is flowing. 6k in the bank. Everybody else is in the red. Atreides is the only one making any money. Credit to Yvain, doing a great job this game. I think he's going to lose this wall. He's going to lose the Observatory Mountain, which is going to put him back down out of hedge victory type danger. But 40% is 40%. Carino still at 0%. Sitting on 30k in the bank. I guess they're not making anything, and they are still in the Landsraad pits, so they really don't want to pay double price for Chom shares. They're counting on the rest of the lobby to do something about that. Okay, so the Fremen, in the midst of all that ruckus, the Atreides lose only the Observatory Mountain, which they had taken from the Fremen. Otherwise, manage territorial integrity, and they've climbed up to 40%. But the 40% would be, in my eyes, a pretty big warning sign. What is this? There's some Carino in the southeast. I don't even know what they're doing over here, but they're about to get cleaned up. Carino probably utilized a Vernius airfield to fly down here, maybe to pillage, maybe to annex, who knows. But regardless, a couple of Sardaukar caught a long way from home, and the Fremen shush them out of here, shoo them away. Shoot, get out of here, dirty Sardaukar, getting everything. Okay, still, look at this. The Atreides army now is even like maxed out XP and all these heavy weapon squads and rangers, and they're going back in straight into the teeth of the Fremen defenses. Now, your Landsraad guards cost for a lot less out of your territory, and they are retreating. They're pulling back. Maybe not. A little bit of jockeying for position. Vernius army rebuilding at home. Atreides still on the top of the hedge count. Spice tax in 3 days, which is going to push the Atreides to 27.5, buying up to 41% Chom, and they still have a good bank here. Is there just not a lot of Chom for sale? No, it is for sale. It's not even expensive. It's like 3 or 4k for 20 shares. The Atreides just not turning on auto buy for some reason. They got a lot of money. Turn on the auto buy. Do it. Go on, do it. You could buy up 40 shares at least with their bank. Atreides sitting on 605. 725 is the winning number. So they need another 120 shares, and it's GG. They could buy like 40 right now. I'm not sure why they're not doing it. There's a really good rate. They have a big contract. They could be even hard selling into this. I think it's a mistake not to lean harder into this Chom victory, because I think they've got it in the bag. Atreides, hard sell all your spice. You don't need to stop. You're already going to meet the next contract. Hard sell. Do it. Hard sell. You make a ton of money. Everybody else is making negative money in the lobby. Admittedly, the Carino is sitting on a huge bank. They could flood the market a bit, but they pay dearly to do so. No, Chom is down. Someone convinced them to sell off Chom. Or no, a Chom dropped. They said the same amount. Must have been new shares dropped. Yep, we're up to 1525. So now you need 763 to win. So new shares dropped, and it pushed the Atreides down. But the Atreides, they are not buying. Funny enough, the price is going down. It's down to like 3,000, less than 3,000 to buy 20 shares. There's 120 shares in the market. I don't understand why the Atreides aren't pushing for it. They're still in the lead for hegemony, but it's way easier to chome. Waiting for Rad, maybe? Maybe so. 2 days in the Landsrad, that would be a big brain play. Did the Atreides lose their army there while I was complaining about them? No, they're just all stacked up somewhere. Where's the Atreides army? They flew down south. Must have been shooing away those more Vernius pests. But they also lost their airfield and they gotta wait for it to be rebuilt again. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Can't fool me again. Assassination kicks off from Vernius onto Atreides. Alright, it's getting spicy, folks. Your patience is finally being paid off. We're about to get to some proper endgame drama. Speaker of the council is choosing the agenda. Oh yeah, but the Atreides are the speaker, so they don't even need to wait for the council. They could have switched out any bad chome thing that came up anyways. They should have been choming, damn it. They absolutely should have been. I think the longer they wait, the more they give the lobby chances to catch up on them. On to assassination number 3, yes. The second assassination of the Atreides and the third assassination in the lobby. This Vernius really likes his assassin gameplay. Atreides up to 40% chome, so they decided to buy a little bit now. Maybe they were waiting for it, I don't know. Tax negotiations to lower your upkeep a bit. What's the Atreides upkeep bill? It's not much actually. A couple hundred. So you don't really save that much money by passing it, but wouldn't hurt. The rest of the lobby is just broke, super poor. They could really use the money. Everybody's operating in the red currently. Landsrad Punishers, potentially. Ooh, assassins. You really don't want to give out assassins right now. I guess it's the Imperium handing out assassins to everybody. The House Carino. Atreides, the only one with any votes to really do anything, since there's been so much betrayal and backstabbing and Landsrad standings in the pits. The Atreides can sort of dictate everything. Vernius has a handful of votes thanks to a triple blue district, but we'll see. It's currently waiting on Carino, thinking about what to do with their 200 votes. I mean, if all factions get Punishers and then go kill the Atreides, that would also be awesome. I would love to see that. Vernius and Carino chatting back and forth. The Atreides army is once again locked down south for at least 2 more days. Do other folks have armies up? Currently, fully built Fremen army, a weak Carino army, but they're about to get a new delivery. They need another 3 days or so to cap out their army. Atreides finally buying chome. Tax negotiation passes. Landsrad Punishers passes. Assassins pass. I think the Atreides can do it on chome. Honestly. I guess they're already bought out and they're only at 43%. And suddenly everybody else is making money since the thing passed. The minus 50%. Maybe the Atreides cannot do it on chome. They're going to want to stop this assassination attempt. They're still in a good spot on hegemony, honestly. Is there anything to annex, peaceful annex on the map? Not really. There's only one thing way in the back here, and it's got a renegade base on top of it. Atreides have finished up their airfield down here. Yes. Flying back home. Carino's flying west. Fremen pillaging Vernius lands. I don't know. It doesn't look like we've got any decisive action being taken on the Atreides. So, I mean, the Solari upkeep is actually probably even bad for the Atreides because it makes everybody else have... It helps, you know, the wider... is 3 people are all making more money. You make a little bit more money, but 3 other people all make a little bit more money. So it puts a lot more money in the game when you really want less money in the game. We haven't seen any purchases in a while. They're at 5K, but everybody's at 5K. The other folks could be buying stuff if they really wanted to. Chome prices are still quite cheap. As if that's true, it's like 3,000 to buy 20 shares. Why aren't people buying shares? I don't understand. Assassination is now detected. The cells, we check over the Vernius view. One in the west where they had it originally. Not down here. They are annexing down here. And I think they finally got the airfield off in time. They're over here, Fremen just chopping up Vernius stuff for fun. Cream's gone completely mad at this point in time. Where's our other cell on the Atreides? We've got one infiltration cell. Yes, what about second infiltration cell? Here, over in Yeras. Again, it's a mistake to have them too close together, but it's fine. It is what it is. Assassination progression, only 61%. Fremen and Atreides fighting a little bit there. Atreides have their cell search up, and they are loading a nuclear missile. All right, Atreides, are you gonna catch the right spot? Have yet to use their operation to cell search. Don't forget you're being assassinated, Atreides. I know there's lots going on. You got Carino again sneaking up here with one single guy taking this. I guess maybe the militia never got rebuilt there. Okay, cell search goes down. And it looks like it maybe popped off around the middle, maybe around Arrakeen or something. Maybe over here. I mean, he could search this cell, but he doesn't have this one here in Yeras done yet. He hasn't identified that. And we are moving. Any more agents coming in from Vernius? Where is Vernius? Vernius is battling in the east with the Fremen. Getting a good trade into it too. Looks like Vernius has managed to clean up the Fremen army. Very nice. Atreides wandering in the desert, about to get eaten by a worm, maybe not. Trying to get back home. They might be too late to even stop this though. Assassination down to 62% progress, which has actually given the Atreides a lot more time. They're about to search one of the cells. Do we have enough resources for... Do we have enough intel? Yep. Vernius has tons of intel, but he's been busy with the fight, and his macro of getting more assassins in on the Atreides has fallen off. Atreides pushing in on Carino, but it looks like they're a bit mixed up. It's a bad engagement for Atreides. It's a really bad engagement. Their good, strong range units went in first and are getting chopped. And they engaged without everything being there. Carino's trading super well into this army. Oh no. I think the pressure's getting to Yvain and he's fallen off here a bit. We have not had another assassin in. There's one up finally. Headed to the front lines. He could get in over there. If he gets in over there, it's gonna be pretty rough. Atreides managing to actually hold okay, thanks to I'm guessing these Landsred guards and probably an awful lot of friendly fire from the orbital strike. Duncan slashing away. Duncan v. Arsham. Duncan wins that fight. Chopping. Can they stop Duncan? I don't think they can. Finally, the assassins getting sent out. Still battling in the east between Fremen and Vernius. Atreides not buying any chome, despite sitting on 20k in the bank. Assassin gets in, resets the progress factor. Extremely bad news for Atreides. 5 days on their death. They pop another search. And they did not pop it in the right spot. They did not pop it in the right spot. Whatever they searched was not correct. I don't think they have it. Carino at 29k after this annex. They did manage to complete it. Oh boy, oh boy. 0 days on the spice tax. Oh my god, did Carino do it with the secret annex? The spice tax hidden at the same time? I think Carino did it. I think Carino does it. I didn't realize it. Tax in 0 days. Atreides dead in 3 days. My God, if the man had just bought some more chom. Sitting on 17K. The chom market still got shares in it. Shares are only 3,000 a piece. If he just left on the auto buy, he would have won like 2 months ago. I think it's GG Carino. I think it's a whaler game. You've got a Landsrad that could cancel the Imperial Summit, but there is, he can pay his spice tax, right? Yep, I think he does. Stockpile well over his contract. 0 days left on the spice tax, so he will pay it. That will be 1,200. The pickup of this the shield wall was enough to boost him, because I don't think he grabbed anything else. It was really just the shield wall changed hands, and no one, I guess, was quite paying enough attention. They're calling it GG's. Fremen are actually going to pop up to 29.9, which is going to be very sad. They don't have any daily hedge though, so he did manage these 2 annexes. That's what he was battling Vernius in the east over. Wow. Okay, guys, click your buttons. Get through this council. If it's GG, get through the Landsrad. Give us an ending screen here. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Carino. It was a mighty fighty play all around, and somehow Carino got the cap. Must have been by the skin of their teeth. I don't know. Duncan is still alive. I've got to think that was a mistake by Yvain by not just keeping Duncan on the point to not get it captured. Unless I wasn't watching super closely, but I thought that they were winning that fight. Indeed, they've got the better numbers there right now. But there it is. House Carino, led by Whaler, claims victory. Fremen at 29.913, 26K, 26.9, 27K on the Atreides, 20K on Vernius. Vernius was going to finish the assassination on the Atreides, but that wasn't actually going to help them win the game. Developments and knowledge about... Funny enough, the Fremen are 50 knowledge, even way above Vernius. And that's weird. Heavy knowledge Fremen game. Solari production for the Atreides. I can't help but think that the Atreides win it quite a bit earlier if they had just gone all in on their choming. I mean, they were very close. They just... Look, it's 11-10... I mean, there's a whole month where they didn't buy any chom, and they really could have. Solari's stocks were just peaking that whole time. He sits up to 23K. I really think he could have chomed it out. This hedge race, very, very tight right up to the end. Wow. Heck of a game. Landsrad standing, influence, intel. All right, there you go. Whaler is our Dune Circuit champion for the May Open Tournament. He will have, I think he earned it. I think it was $100 on the line. Maybe not. Maybe just an invite to the Invitational when that happens. We'll see. Suboid's MVP. Long live the Emperor. Actual base killing units. Yeah, the Suboid base rushing we saw in full effect there. Honestly, I think the Suboid base rushing could have been successful if he had leaned into it a bit more. I think his first attempt he went in a little lower on numbers than he needed to be, and then that second attempt he went in without supplies, right? And he all died from the supplies. He didn't get killed by the defenses. If he had been slightly more prepared for those attempts, I think he kills the Atreides there. And also the rest of the lobby decided to say that the Atreides shouldn't have their base killed, right? They could have opposed that healing option in the Landsrad, and they chose not to, so they granted Atreides that reprieve. Whew. Shout out to the Suboids. Shout out to the viewers. Thanks for watching, everybody. I appreciate you spending your Saturday with me. I had a great time with it. It was a lot of fun. Indeed, the Atreides are dead if we keep watching. They have expired. Okay, we're going to call it there. That's it for us. Thanks for watching. More Spice Wars to come in the future. Yeah, that's all I got. Appreciate it. That was fun. Goodbye.